Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon.
Skibidi-bidi-dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yara. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you batileo. Yes, what you batileo. Beseku, beseku. Bala, 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 bala. Skibidi, bidi, dabado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stan Tony with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, but rather to spoon. You want to know what.
Oh, yes. When you want to engage with the newsmakers, you want to know what's happening in the country, you want to know what the discussions are that are making it on the agenda for the rest of the week, this is where you should tune. This is where you should tune to Spoon to be part of the discussion. Here we bring you face to face with the newsmakers. We put you in a space where you are able to ask the tough questions. And of course, this is one-on-one with the CEO and Adula Kiatamba. Another great edition of the program coming up tonight. Kindly share the program as you come on. This is one edition of the show you just can't afford to miss. And of course, we're here tonight live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1 FM and other frequencies across Liberia. This program goes nationwide. That's why we're being relayed on several radio stations across the country. We're in Bomi County on Trust FM. We're in Nimba County on Radio Yalama. We're in the southeastern region, Trend Radio in Grand Crew County, and of course you can find us in Central Liberia, Premier FM in Bon County, and of course we're right next door live in Gibi, that's my Gibi County, Gibi FM in Kagata, my Gibi County. We want to say welcome. Thanks for joining us again. This is Liberia's premier show. Of course, one-on-one with the CEO is the biggest thing that will happen on your radio or on your television about this time of the week. I'd like to say welcome. My name is Nelson Collier, and we are all set to bring you a great show. The CEO is coming out shortly, and it's going to be another great edition of the program. But let's know what your thoughts are. Most of you saw the flyers already. You saw the information. Minister Jeremy Pierre will be in tonight. Former lawmaker, representative of District 8, Montserrat County Representative Moses Akaris Gray will be coming in tonight. So you can rest assured that it's going to be tough Tough Talking. It's going to be an informative edition of the program tonight. So thanks for joining us. While we are with the CEO and the rest of the team to come on, let's take your calls. Let's hear from you. Let's hear what your expectations are tonight. Getting a show, an edition of One-on-One that's going to bring on the information minister, the official mouthpiece of the government, on the show tonight. And where you're going to have on the flip side, the former lawmaker of District 8, Montserrat County, Tough Talking, former Representative Moses Akaras Gray. What are your expectations? What do you hope for? What do you look up to? What are the tough questions on your minds tonight? Let's get to hear from you shortly as we await. Once we get the CEO coming on, we are going to officially get the show started. 0555-101075, 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on tonight. Let's hear what your expectations are. And I'm going to put the WhatsApp number up as well that you can call, and let's hear from you. Let's take this first person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good evening, Spawn FM.
Yes, sir. What's your name and where you're calling from?
FM. My station. Your station. Our station. And most of all, the people's station. Wow. Spawn.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your input. We're going to take more calls. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from. Let's hear you. Your name and where you're calling from.
How are you? How you doing?
Yes, sir. Your name and where you're calling from. Let's hear you.
I'm Enes calling from Sandra Matari.
Enes, what are your expectations tonight? Let's hear you.
For the minister, you're going to deliver. For most of the salary, you're not going to get anything but to the last.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person in here. Hello. Let's go to the WhatsApp. Hello, you live. Your name and where you call from. Hello. Hello. Are you here with us? Okay. So we take another person from here. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening. Is it Nelson?
Yes, it's Nelson. You're live on One-on-One with the CEO.
Okay, Nelson, this is retired Captain Daniel Senior.
Okay, let's hear you. What are your expectations tonight?
My expectation from the citizens, they should forget about for nothing politics. Then we all come together to build a nation. They are not doing anything better for the nation.
Thank you.
The lot of money that they stole in the country, they're sitting down with in this aid there, enough for him. They should not open up people to come to sell this country.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, you're live and email where you calling from.
Hey, good evening, Leslie. My name is Dominic and I call from Germany.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, it's a sad time for our country, so we look up to Akaras Gray and Abdullah Atama, the CEO, to put a discussion that would be helpful to our country because our country is proceeding wrongly. And now everybody is seeing it and they are not talking anything. It's a very sad time for our country because the police should be the one who will say left and property. The police are in the one not taking back.
Thank you.
Peaceful protest.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have the CEO, the one and only Boom Breaker is now on set. So CEO, you want us to take a few more calls or we turn it over to you?
Well, but take calls. Let me go find driver. Why Jeremy Pierre? Is he running away now?
The minister is here. He's already in.
He here? You sure he's there?
Oh yeah, the minister is here.
Let me see his face. Let me see
his
face.
No, he's in the building. He was just in. He went out.
I know he reported me because I dealt with him this morning. According to the law. Put on my honor zero too. I tell you here according to the law. All right, but you want a few calls then? But it's 3:47, right?
Yeah.
So what we gonna do? Up to 3:50 or 4 o'clock, we have to get things going with Minister Jeremy Pierre. We're gonna have Abdullah Kiatema and Kev Hassan. Everybody gonna be on the show today. All right.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Take calls now. Tell the people say I love them. But don't forget the $500 we didn't spend it yesterday. James took calls yesterday.
I don't know.
We gotta spend the $500 today because I had to leave the show for a very important engagement with President Joseph Yima Barker. You know, I met him yesterday, right?
Yeah. Wow.
You saw the picture?
I haven't seen the photos yet.
Yeah, I met my papa yesterday. For 2 hours, we were engaging with talking about national issues. Yeah.
Wow.
You want me to put a photo up?
The Liberian people won't see the photo right now. The people just texting, you know.
I think people be texting because I'll wait for Sidisha to come there and put a photo up. I'll wait for Sidisha to come there and put a photo up.
The people have serious interest.
I said doing the other sedition when they were to tell them, I flashed in the photo, right? You man there.
Yeah.
But that's it though. That's it. Well, I mean, that's it. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yes, sir.
What are they serious that, you know, look at me. What do you think it comes between JMB and myself? No, seriously. Check for a second. Just look at me. What do you think it comes between JMB and myself?
JMB like a papier. So there will be times where you will speak out, you will speak your mind, but nothing can come between you and the papier.
You know what the papier say?
No.
Let me say, my son, sit down right on the bed. Sit down right. Just flash your small. I just told you. I wait for sedition and
that photo reminds me of the song the Ghanaian did after 2018 election, after 2017 election. They say we were shining the photo, but we can see outside in the photo. In short time, the man said they couldn't see outside in the photo, but I think you in the photo, CEO.
I bet in the photo. I just bet, you know, that's something to put out, you know what I'm you know. When CDC can't do that, muya, we just flash this small and go. When they can't do that, muya, all I would do, I say, remember now, we champion this squad. And the public, you know, my own Uncle Joe, he said, that's my son. That's not even my nephew. I'm looking at Uncle Joe, you know, we in the room talking for almost 2 hours. We're talking, laughing. I'm sorry for the white BS editions.
In the background.
I'm sorry for the white BS edition. Because when I start putting all the photo up, they will start worrying. Look. Listen. You see JMB there? Yeah.
Wow.
Megan talk. The play we had has some certain thing we can just talk, you know. But I'll keep in the photo of Jeremy Pierre because he's one of those that I really want to deal with tonight. Jeremy Pierre, your information minister. He's a good guy, but I'm a friend. Daniel Sano, Jeremy Pierre. I surprised all of them. Mo Ali, Steven Johnson, Amos Swear, and all of them, you know, Sekou Dukle. And, you know, all of them, I just look at it and laugh. You can pull for. But you can't pull for. So now all the Liberian programs say, hey, stand up, you can't come to the top lady again. You can pull forward. We got to engage them, Papa. You know, we gotta make this thing happen. You know, something that you won't say, you're going to, you know, it's just leave it like that. But JMB that, they say, but JMB that baby.
Baby.
JMB that baby, I beg you, yeah. JMB that baby. JMB said, I gotta go see my son before I leave from here. You know, JMB said, I get too tired, I gotta go see my son. You know, sit down all that. But he said, no. I gotta go see my son. He said, so what you do? I said, Baba, on the show, we're talking to the Fuda people.
He said, come.
Yeah, I said, Baba, on the show. He said the president of the Republic of Liberia calling you. You gotta come down. I said, yes, sir, Chief.
Executive call.
Oh, the executive order 101. I said, yes, sir, Chief. You know, I try to tell them, listen, you know, let me be in the building, right? Let Brian Kev have small. Look, I can't look at the old man. I try to tell him, Papa, say, Chief, I own the show. He said, the president. Before he said, oh, this is your part. So I said, yeah, Mr. President. I said, Uncle Joe. He said, I try to get excuse, you know, try all the spokesman excuse. Then he invoked the authority of the presidency. He said, the president of the Republic of Liberia is here to see you. I said, yes, sir, Chief. That's why you going. That's it. I want to tell the institution of Pioneer Hand. They will suffer inside. I said, yes, sir, Chief. Yes, sir. No other question. I need no other argument. I need no other question. You know, once he said the president is here to see, I just say, yes, sir, Chief. I'm on my way. Period. Wait. Who am I to argue with the president of the Republic? So remember, leave me back. I'm talking to you, Nancy. Nancy, you put a sedition in the back. Nobody want to even hear this sedition. But I beg you back. Wait. I know you're angry. Okay. I know you're angry. I know you are so mad. I know everybody can see it in your face, but it's okay. You remember when you used to say, my president, my government. So it's my time to say to you, my president, my government. Wait, folks. You remember when that guy used to say, my president? Let me put that thing up. So we used to say, my president, my government. So I'm saying to you now, my president, JMB, and my government. So you can't say anything. We did this, right? We did this. The president of the Real Republic of Liberia, His Excellency, Joseph Yima Boakai Sr. I can say to those that are watching us and those that are coming along, that my president. Hey guys, if I'm wrong, let me know. Okay? If I'm wrong, let me know. But can I use Kev words what I used to say for Joe? So can I say my own today? My president. Nancy Kama, how do you see the guy? Nancy Kama, I'm trying to get Ketema yourself before I even talking. You said answer. You said, nah, the man who I meet the president, you're not telling, the beard that grow white. Nancy, where you at, man? Nancy, please come, man. This network defeated the CDC. This network, Daniel Bozizi, defeated the CDC. This network, Nelson, we fought a good fight. We finished the course. We won the race. His Excellency, Joseph Yima Boakai, Senior, you will take Liberia to the promised land. You can talk that. You can do all your talking. We ain't gonna stop it because talk is cheap. 2 hours, some more minutes, discussing issues of national concern. I will not go into it because those are privileged conversations. But when you put JMB, that way you see Stanton. Yeah. JMB said, my son, I can't wait for you to come to Liberia. Oh, yeah. I want to say people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Megan to all.
Megan to all.
I will talk some, but I can't talk all. Oh, I met Kula. I met Kula for the first time. I met Kula in my life. I saw some other people there. I don't want to call their name, but some good people. Let's welcome Ketema. Ketema, my yesterday engagement. Kev Hassan, my yesterday engagement. Ketema, you muted, Kev, you muted. And we know we get your here today. I want to tease her. I want to bluff. Allow me to enjoy myself. Hold up. Get a music. Allow me to enjoy myself.
I'm using it.
Y'all play small, man. Y'all play small, I want to enjoy myself today. Ketema, I want to hear see this show. Yeah, Ketema, look at the picture. Let's see this show one time. No way for it. The man used to say,
what you say? What do you say?
The man used to say, my president, my government. So it's time to tell the man, say, my president, my government. Ketema.
My president, my government. My man to say.
Yeah.
So now they make it say my former president, my former government.
So I would say, and I'll put pictures of a lot of pictures too. I would say my president. As you can see, in nursing, we say as evidence by. And you have to know that. Once you say as evidence by, you have concluded your diagnostic. My president, my government. As evidence by Joseph Yima Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia, say on this picture. Yeah, man.
Ketema.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You know my disappointment?
No.
Stenton was on the show yesterday. Stenton was on the show yesterday.
Okay.
And the issue on the show yesterday is about a certain group of people, the Fulani, who want their rights. Yesterday.
Right.
And Joseph Yima Boakai called Stenton to go and see him. And Stenton said, we are talking to the Fulani. And Joseph Yima Boakai said, the president calling you, you should leave. Come on.
Look at that guy.
So just say
I have your brother very hard. He can make it hard today. Give me a microphone.
Mute me. You see, no, I go. Don't mute me. Just say you my Boakai. Tell him
give me a microphone. Ketema. A better how you doing? How you doing, Ketema?
You said it on the show.
No, I'm good. I was sick. I had a storm of fever, pneumonia. But I'm feeling.
We'll talk with that sick. Don't let me.
Man, let Ketema update
people. Kev, don't lose your humanity over politics. Care about me small, man. Think about me small.
I care about you, my brother.
Not because I'm not a Sidisha, because your heart will beat for Sidisha. Your feeling will be good for Sidisha.
Yes, the issue. Yes, the issue with the guy. Right?
Listen,
what's the minister? Nelson, is the minister there?
Yeah, the minister is here.
And
you ready?
Yesterday. You sure?
We're ready for the minister. But Ketema, let me say this.
You sure?
I care about you, Ketema. You better, Ketema, you better say. We wish you well, Ketema. We wish you well. We'll punish this guy today. We'll punish you, Ketema. The issue, during the time of 6 years on George Panawea, when I took Kev Hassan, this young man, maybe I older than him, I don't know, to Liberia, and he met the president. Thereafter, my president, my government. So today,
all disappeared.
Today, I have to announce to you, Ketema, and the entire world, my president, Joseph Yima Boakai, my government, my president that we fought for. He said, the president of the Republic of Liberia, demand your president, come. We need to talk.
And abandon the.
And I said to you, Ketema, thank God for Joseph Yima Boakai. Thank God for his vision. Thank God for everything he's going to champion through his presidency. And I have a message for the Liberian people. And maybe I will give that message tomorrow. Good days ahead. Better days is to come. Make no mistake. Nobody promised a smooth road. And I always like to quote from the Bible in Isaiah 35:8. Ketema. There would be no highway there called the road of holiness. But it didn't say the road would be smooth. It would be filled with
Preach,
glory.
Pastor. Preach. Preach, Pastor. Preach. Preach. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy, Pastor. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Prophesy. Prophesy. Prophesy, Daddy.
So you know, Ketema, that through the scorpions and serpents and through the highways and byways.
Stay down.
Yeah.
We have to be yes, Daddy, Pastor on the show here. I want to hear that man. I want to see prophecy.
I think you got to bring the man choco out on you. But through the highway and the byways and through the ups and downs and through the scorpions and serpent and through the rough edges, President Joseph Yema Boakai will take us there. Through the sun, the rain, the snow, and everything. Through the muddy road, through the high prices in goods.
I'll stay down. Give me 1 minute. I'm trying to switch off something quick. I'll be back.
Let's try to come back because Jeremy Pierre is in studio. Want to say this? I got a message for you, my fellow Liberian, that this picture, if you want this picture with my signature on it and the signature of JMB, just request it, we'll send it to you. This is it. And I'll put fear in seditions again. All right, so what Jeremy Pierre we got to go is 404. Can you tell the CEO to release the information minister, Jeremy Pierre? Minister Pierre is our guest for today. We want to acknowledge the fact that we're going to be having a great show with him. It is important for us to sit down and discuss national issues of national concern. We want to say, share our show. We get good news for you. We're going to talk about Liberia and the way forward. Wherever somebody say, listen, we'll not sit here and allow them to benefit of our, the suffering of 6 years. They want to come back. We will not allow them to benefit because Liberia is above all. And the people brought in Joseph Yema Boakai to do the piece of job. And that piece of job is to turn table. And when you turn the table, the chairs have to move. So things that you see happening because the president, the mindset, he's there to turn table. And each time he turns tables, the chair have to move. So I want to say, please, where's your limit, Pierre? Pierre.
So the minister is seated. He's just concluding something quickly. Just a few seconds, you'll be.
Well, Minister, I think that this is the information ministry. Tell him, man, this is not an information ministry, man. I just blasted our Deputy Minister Daniel Sano. He was just in China, Daniel Sano went on a trip to China. He came back, I want to ask the minister. They've been doing a lot of stuff to the information ministry, sending his guys now up. He's not acting like a greedy minister. Because the minister supposed to go on that trip. But I heard that he sent Daniel Sano. So that's good of him. He's not acting like a greedy minister. But yet I still want to welcome Minister Jeremy Pierre on the show. He's in studio. He's seated. He's crossing all his teeth, writing on his notes. I want to say this to every one of you. It is important. This is one-on-one with the CEO. Ketema is coming back. And after the show, we're going to have a post-conference. We have to take your calls. We got to discuss everything we hear from Jeremy today. We want to invite you. Let's pause for a minute. Yesterday was Flag Day. We want to say happy belated Flag Day. But I want to say to you, as you see over there, that spoon talk, all right? But something is sounding, Nelson. Something is coming in. Can you work on your microphone, please? If you get a cell phone on, just turn it off, please. I want to say to all of you, please share the show. We have Jerry Limit Pierre in studio. Please, let's pause for a minute. If you own Spoon FM and Spoon TV on Facebook, if you own Super FM, Super TV, Fabric FM, Fabric TV, YouTube, Instagram, wherever you find us and you're watching us from, share the show. We would really appreciate you. Share the program because it is important for you to do so. It is important for you to join us. We're about to listen to the one and only Information Minister of the Republic of Liberia, the Honorable Jerry Limit Pierre, the man from Grand Bassa County. He was just there a week ago. You know, he went to Eastern Kasawa and Dumbo. So let's bring in the Honorable Jerry Limit Pierre. Minister Pierre, how you doing? Steve, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm good. I know you were very eager to have me on the screen, but I was struggling. I almost peeped on myself in your studio because the people were looking for the bathroom key forever, and I was jammed. I just managed to go in TT office and ease myself. The guest bathroom, they said the key disappeared. I don't know how that happened.
But at least the CEO, you're with the CEO, right?
Yeah, I went in your office, very conducive office, thanks to you. I don't know whether it's CEO or ex-CEO, but you made that office be what it is. So anyway, next office.
I will pass a proper early propaganda, early shot. I want to say thank God that you ease yourself. So we now have situation that we cannot handle today. You know, I want to say I mean you started here again. I thought we conclude the only thing today.
No, but my man. You know, people ain't got no small one big one. When it catch you, it can be tough.
You next time stop to the Wawa, they get back from the Wawa.
Okay, Wawa, yeah.
Oh, you bad. Ketema, it's good to have you, Ketema. Kev Hassan, it's good to have you. Nelson, as always, we're glad, ladies and gentlemen, as you shared our program. Let us know that you share on Facebook. Just let us know. Give us thumb up. We appreciate you.
Why has Kev become so great? What is going on?
Oh, you were asking, let me do my intro for my brother, then you ask Kev.
Kev, what's going on?
Okay. Remember, let me do my intro back. We already all the time. We want to get enough for you today. When you get to Kev, you can ask him. We want to say to all of you, listen, it will be very interesting, but I can announce freely to all of you. Folks asking me, my inbox is going crazy. You met the president. Yes, as you can see, grace to God. The president and myself met for a little over 2 hours yesterday. It was very engaging, very thoughtful. You know, I tried calling him Uncle Joe or Mr. President. He said, no, I'm your dad. You're my son. We have to talk. We have to discuss. It was very, very, very important. And I want to say I appreciate that the president yet and still, he honor those that deserve honor. And he's a good man. We'll talk more about this engagement. I'm limited to what I can say and what I cannot say. But as you can see, we met yesterday prior to his departure. And I respect that. So I said, I will use the word that some sedition used to use today. I'm going to use that word, Ketema. My president, my government. I know they don't want me to use it, but I will use it today. My president, Jose Yuma Barker, my government. Welcome to the show, Jerry Limit Pierre. Ketema, you want to say anything before we get to the questioning and we can ask Minister Pierre for his intro?
Well, I think for me,
we smiling at your commentary, man. My president.
You know where I come from.
So I like to roll out the red carpet for our brother and distinguished Minister of Information, Culture, and Tourism, and we hope to learn a lot from him. He's fully abreast with the issues in the country. He has a complete grasp of direction of things, and too many people are waiting for this moment to listen to him, to share some of the progress we've made as a country, and to also share some of the challenges. So I'm very excited, and I hope there'll be a lot of takeaways. And I just segue back to Stanton. Instead of saying my president, say our president. President Bouaga is our president. Any claim to him, without a collective ownership, will be resisted, and we will resist.
I like
our president. Any attempt to own him, the only person who does not have a right to own him this platform that he kept me. You got no claim to him, and will not accept his ownership, no form, in no manner. I hereby declare a non-presidential friend.
I respect that Ketema is our president. True. Kev, your quick intro, then we can give the show over to Minister Pia.
Well, I just want to welcome the minister on the platform. I hope he can give us more information than the last time. We couldn't get any information when I watched the show. I was not on, but I hope he can give us more information. He asked me why I'm getting grade. The country is in a bad state. It's worrisome. So when the country is in a certain...
All right, that's how launching political visa. They just say intro. Then he's launching political visa.
Him. Yeah, he asked me. So I asked him he's not getting grade because...
Go ahead.
There's a lot of issue going on in the country. So
let's get to the minister.
Right.
Kev, thank you very much. Ketema, thank you. Folks, well, before the joke, it's 4:12 here Eastern Time, USA. It's 8:12 or 8:13 Liberian time. We want to welcome you officially, Minister Pia. Please do your intro. Let's get into the conversation.
Well, it's good to be here, Stanton, and my hope is that I'm sitting with a group of panelists who got an open mind about the country, because the work we do is not to get involved in debates with people. When I appear on a platform, the understanding is, even if the individuals involved are not journalists by profession, they will recognize that the terrain that they venture into is a profession, and they will leave whatever connections they have on the side, and at least for once pretend to be a journalist. When you call a guest, and in my case, I'm the guest. Everyone here is a panelist. Your work is to ask me questions. My duty is to answer, not necessarily giving you answers that you want, because the both of us will not be thinking the same way. And it's not for one to put themselves in a feeling of becoming a second guest rather than being a panelist asking questions. Then we can have a decent conversation when that is the case. But when there's a political mindset and you're not open to having an honest discussion, then it's a problem. But whatever it is, I'm here. I have a role to play, and let's have a conversation. We have made it our duty to not shy away from any media outlet, even if we know that some of the actors are more political people with political party loyalty than being journalistic in nature. We still come, but in the end, let's just, one thing I would want to request kindly is, irrespective of what perception, what orientation we bring, let's have a show that is characterized by respect for each other. One thing about the journalistic profession is that when you bring a guest, you are on an obligation to respect and protect your guest, which doesn't mean you can ask the hard question. Go ahead and ask it. But throughout, you must be seen as showing respect to your guests. It's an obligation, media-wise. I'm sure Ketema knows this very well, and even you, Stanton, may know this. So let's have a good show. Let's
get rolling. Thank you for your comment. I'm going to ask the first two questions. Ketema will come in. Kev Hassan will ask his two questions. Again, this is one-on-one. It's not our normal format, and Ketema knows that very well. We can interrupt to inject, to do a follow-up. Please consider. Indeed, you are right. You are the guest. And apart from friendship, you are the Minister of Information when it comes to the Republic of Liberia. I want to ask you my first question. Give us an overview statistic. What is going on at the Ministry of Information? What's new?
Good question, Stanton. And I really believe there's no other way you would have started this conversation than that question, because beyond being the the Minister of Information and speaking for the entire country, I run a sector, and that sector is the Ministry of Information. And it's no secret that if there was one ministry that nobody wanted to go to, it's the Ministry of Information. Normally, when you're formulating government, people looking for quote unquote, I don't know what that means, but lucrative institutions. And they don't see Ministry of Information as one of those places, quote unquote, consider lucrative institution. When we took over, the ministry has a single car. I came to your studio a little bit late because that single car, I have gone to the office to do something, and when I was getting ready to come here, the car could not start. It's not a new car. I inherited it from Ledger, who ran it, but that's the only car the ministry has. No bus for employees. All the other ministers, assistant ministers, deputy ministers, they are using their own vehicles. They are fueling those vehicles themselves. We did not meet a generator at the ministry, only relying on LEC current, meaning if there's no LEC, there's no current. The building, I mean, you're in Liberia, Stanton, you've seen the building is deplorable, it's dilapidated. The roof leaks excessively. If you were to enter the ministry and look at the doors on the offices and bathrooms and everywhere, you'll be shocked that people inherited that place and they call it a ministry. Most of the functional programs of the ministry were down. And so we inherited and we walked through. What have we done? As I speak to you, without funding from government, the building is being roofed. Maybe in a couple of weeks, if you were to pass by, you will see a building that is with a brand new roof. We didn't have generator. Currently, we have a brand new, fresh, from the plastic, 45 kVA generator. So if LEC current was not on, we still have electricity. And I must also state that the source of that generator is not government funding also. We've been stepping out. The main source of communication of the ministry, which is the regular press briefing, probably was dead or non-existent. We have an official schedule of twice a week, but most times, and your station follow, most time we got sometimes up to 3 times a week. We decided to do some other innovative things. New Liberia newspaper is an old-time traditional intervention at the ministry. It was non-existent. We brought it out. It comes out 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And then we decided to bring in something new. We launched what we call the New Liberia magazine. The premiere or maiden edition was launched, admired by a lot of people. We intend to do that every quarter. Also using it to catalog some of the things that the government is supposed to be doing. As we're finishing the roof, we are also seeking funding, and we've got signals that we have the fundings we need to rehabilitate the entire building. My hope is that towards the end of the year, or by the end of the year, you have a brand new Ministry of Information. When I entered my own office for the first time, Stanton, I was depressed. I didn't imagine that as a place I would sit to call an office. What did we do? I talked to some friends, and I think, Katama, have you gone there since? Not too sure, but if you were to go there, you see a different place, a different office. As long as the ministry itself generally has not been impacted, the office is good. We spend personal money to put it to where it's supposed to be. And we give the same message to all of our deputy and assistant ministers that were coming. Government does not have money. So make some intervention, make some sacrifice so that the place you sit, that you call office, can look good. And they listen to me. So all of them, whether deputy or assistant ministers, they did interventions in their offices. When you come to Liberia, we encourage you to come there and see how the offices look. I commend them for following me as the leader to do what I asked them to do. So that's still, and as saying all this, to also say, don't forget that the ministry is now one of the few entities that are funded so well. When the budget was passed, the ministry's budget was 2.8 million. 2.1 of those were on personnel costs, paying people's salaries, meaning the entire ministry had an outstanding 700,000 to run what you call a Ministry of Information. Unthinkable. I don't know how one expect that somebody can run the whole ministry with that amount of money. So I mean, people have called it different names. I know at one point Louis Brown called it, the Honorable Louis Brown called it a sleeping dead giant, that he wanted to wake up. Some people have called it a graveyard, a desert, and all kinds of names. But the orientation I come from, I'm not keen about inheriting things that are already working. I feel good when I inherit something that is not working and I make it to work. That's what makes you the professional you ought to be. And that is the mindset that the team and we've taken to the Ministry of Information, and we're doing everything in our power to make it work, even without the necessary budgetary support from the central government. And so the state of the ministry is good. Like I said, the roof is on. We'll go to the entire building. We transform it. We're thinking about positive things happening all in that building. We want to have, for the first time, a digital library in the building. Before then, we used to have what they call a CPR, is a central processing unit that was responsible for printing all government documentation. It was there before the war. As a result of the war, it collapsed. We have the thinking to bring it back, because one of the reasons why the sanctity of government documentation not safe is those days you use a central printing incorporated to handle all government publications and printings. You don't have that anymore, so people are using private outlets, which can compromise the security of government documentation. So we resolved to restore that, and we're doing some concept already and talking to partners. The other day, the U.S. ambassador had requested to pay a courtesy call on us. We did not just talk Liberia generally, we talked issues that were specific to the ministry and how we thought they can help us to realize the dream we have as a team, as a ministry. So we're good. I mean, I was impressed by the first time I took that magazine to the president. He was excited. And he didn't hide his excitement. He asked me, what did it cost to produce this magazine? And how did you get the funding? Of course, I told him the funding did not come from government because it's nowhere in the budget. And he was so impressed and said, look, going forward, saying you're doing it every quarter, I will personally finance it. So that one is already cast in stone, that the magazine will come out every quarter, because it caught the attention of the president. We took it to, and I don't know whether you saw a copy of it. We wanted to reflect ourselves as a ministry that is not just speaking for the executive. So if you see that magazine, if you even follow the newspaper we're printing, we are making sure to capture all three branches of government in those publications. And
so I think we can. Let me ask my second question, Minister, because to your ministry, my first two questions will be on your ministry. And let's talk about manpower and morale. If you tell me that the ministry have only one vehicle that was left, the vehicle from Ledger Wolverine, and also you say all your guys using their own vehicle, let me talk about your office. Are you receiving fuel coupon slip? Are you receiving gasoline slip? Are you receiving something that your deputies? Talk to us why you couldn't fight for your deputy to get the necessary benefit to have a smooth working environment, Minister Pierre.
Well, see, also I didn't listen well. I blocking her. Actually, we can have my car blocking her, so she wanted my key to go move the car. Yeah, so please repeat that question.
Let me repeat my question. Let's talk about your employee morale. If things is so hard and you got only one vehicle, no buses, nothing for transport, are you the government giving you your gas slip and other benefits that can go down to them? It's hard because it's a Minister of Information. I mean, what are you doing to help them?
So the first thing you need to know as part of the challenge, I took over the ministry in February, March, April, May. The first time a government money came to the ministry after I took over was the first week of May. From February, the first week, the only money that was coming to the ministry was to pay salaries, because they got to pay salary. Money will go into the people's account. No operational funding from February up to May, the first week, before we got an operational money for the first time. We have no provision for the supply of gasoline, trash car, and all those kinds of situations. But knowing that the challenge was there, we were able to sit with the Ministry of Finance people and say, look, imagine I put gas in my car every day, Stanton. I live in a part of the city that does not have electricity. I live all the way in Broadway. To sleep every night, I got to spend between $20 to $25 to buy gasoline of diesel fuel to put it in the generator that I sleep with. So we made a case and they agreed to, for the first time, only one time it has happened since we took over, I don't know how many months gone now. They gave us gasoline supply only one time in 8 months or so. When the team brought that gasoline to me and they proposed who should receive it, I personally took the decision, and the folks at the Ministry of Information who are listening, and they can tell you that when I look at that, it was just in the bracket of big people. I said, no, what we're going to do, even no matter how small it is, directors, assistant directors, supervisors, we all get small portion of it. And it didn't bring anything big to anybody, because even what I received myself, I think it was between $200 and $250 worth of gasoline. That's nothing compared to, running the car up and down, even going out of time and doing this. But that's what we wanted to do at the time. So the employees, of course, when we talk about one of the things, Stanton Ministry is small. I worked there before. But the ministry payroll was 413 person. And you ask yourself, 413 person doing what? Sitting in which offices? But do you come and chase them away? They are Liberians, they're entitled to work. You can't do that, right? So what we've been doing is, even if it is 413, if that figure is correct, they should just be human beings existing and got a work to do. And that's why we bought into the hair count process being done by the CSA, so that we can determine if the people that they are real. If they are real, we can do nothing about it. They got to keep working. Another example I will give you, which I learned from the past, one of the problems we've had in Liberia, Stanton, is that when people take over new offices, they reassign everybody in the office because they want to bring their own people. The staff, and I'm saying this live on air, the employees I got in my office, 99.9%, because the only change that took place was the fellow who is my chief of staff. And the only reason why I had to bring in a chief of staff is that when we review the documentation, the CSA got requirement of what the chief of staff should be, what the academic qualification should be, what's the minimum level of education they have to be. The COS inherited did not meet that requirement. And the CSA was clear that if you don't meet the requirement, you can't play this role. So I had to bring a new chief of staff, which did not have to. That chief of staff been working with me since February. They just put him on the pay for the first time this coming pay month, because we have to follow the procedure. And Katama knows him, Ansu Kone, a very brilliant professional guy, a journalist for many years, and he's there. But all the other staff in the office that I met there, whether they want to cut the executive assistant or technical assistant, the protocol officer in the office, they are all, including the driver, the one who drives for me now, is the same driver who drove for Ledger already. I have not changed him. He drives for me. So I kept that because they were employed for that. And the person that brought them could not be the basis for me saying I can't work with them. After all, the other came on a Eugene or Ledger who. Eugene is not a friend. Eugene is a brother. I don't believe that anybody Eugene brought in the office is capable of doing anything to me. Ledger who and I are both colleagues. We've known each other for years. I cannot come and say the people are inherited in the office because Ledger who brought them here, I can't work with them. So I have kept them. In the past, you're not going to sack them because you don't have that.
I understand that, Minister Pierre. And I want to go to Ketamba, but the morale right now, 7 months, we're going to 8 months, and these things they're coming up. What are you doing for the ministry to bring in, not the government now? What new ideas are you bringing in to generate your own money and help ease some of this stress?
So we're doing a lot
for your ministry.
We're doing a lot. The generator I told you about cost thousands of dollars. I said not government money. It's a result of our engagement, right? We're also talking to people to address this transportation. And I told my ministers and they agree. We are not going to do anything to give them vehicles until we can have vehicles for the employees. And they're all on board. They agree with me that is key. Because you see, Stanton, what I'm paid, what they are paid, they can manage it. Some of the employees you're talking about, because of the harmonization, all the things we inherited, some of them making as low as $100, $125. And if that person will have to pay their way every day for that same money before they take pay at the end of the month, of course it's unacceptable. But government is not able to do anything about it right now because, in fact, when we came in, the budget that was passed was not something that was newly developed. It was that which was developed by the outgoing government. So, for example, I didn't have any input in what my budget would be. It was just submitted by the Ministry of Finance, and I have to just accept it. So I have said to them, the other day I was with the Chinese. We had a very good meeting. And you know the Chinese are serious people. As board chair of LBS, we just made them to agree to pump 5.5 million in LBS, and that whole project will take 1 year. So if they can pump 1.5 million somewhere, giving us a few bosses to take care of our employees,
1.5 or 5.5, which one?
5.5 million. Correct.
Okay. But that 5.5 million, I beg you, Ketama, since he brought this something up, it wasn't from this government though. It was something from the past government, right?
So here is it. The Chinese raided up. And you know what? I don't want to go into that story. There was an issue at the United Nations. Our country did not stand with them. They took some decisions to water down their diplomatic relationship with us. They took it off the docket. They have a government paying attention, harness the relationship. They came back to me. When I took what the Chinese ambassador came to pay a courtesy call on me, and he raised the issue that, please, with the new trend of the relationship, they wanted to revisit the project. I signed our project, in fact. I signed on behalf of the government of Liberia.
I have the document, and I can put a document. I'm asking you. You signed on it, and also the information was changed. The current managing director, Eugene Fagon. I have the document. What I'm saying to you, this thing originated from the CDC government. The first engagement was from the CDC government. Is that the document you're talking about, or are we talking about something new altogether?
So it was not about an engagement. So the Chinese have been engaged with doing some real serious work at LBS. They did phase 1. It was phase 2 that is supposed to happen, which they cut off because of the relationship with the past regime. They reintroduced it because there's a new phase of the relationship that they are pleased with. So if the relationship did not change, they will not do anything about it.
Okay. Ketema, yeah. Thank you.
You are muted, Ketema. We're not hearing you. You're muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry. First of all, I recognize the sacrifices that leaders of the ministry have done. And I heard a lot of good things about those sacrifices. And I wish a lot of ministries will emulate these great examples. This is a lot of work in relatively short period of time. But my question is two questions actually. The first question is, given all these logistical challenges, do you think that you're going to meet the basic primary responsibility of getting this country informed and a very effective? In modern technology is speed now. It's not just the information, but the speed with which people get information. Because between the information and those who receive the information, in that gap, there are a lot of misinformation, there are a lot of propaganda, there are a lot of distortions. So the speed with which the informations are required see by the audience, given all these logistical challenges, do you think you can meet those goals in a relatively short period of time, especially in the midst of a huge growing demand for information, accurate information? That's the question. That's the first question.
So you see, when I reach a point where I believe the lack of support cannot enable me to do what I'm supposed to do statutorily, then I will have a choice to say, okay, very well. When I stay on, it means that I have ideas as to how I can work around it. And from what I said, we cannot pretend about that, Ketema. The thing is, yes, the government will have to support communication. I cannot give them an impression that it's okay, even if we don't support it. I got all these ideas, I will use it and things will still work. They got to support it. But while we're waiting for the support, and even if the support starts to come, we can hinge everything we want to do on just that support. So my mindset is innovative. One of the things we decided to do, which we're working on, is for the first time we're trying to create a project implementation unit. We've spoken to people who got interest in there, who's supposed to help us, and they are reluctant to just put money into a political structure without an independent unit that they can trust and hold accountable. And part of the pieces of advice they've given us is the concept of a project implementation unit, where the occupants of that unit will be properly vetted, that they can have the buy-in, trust, and confidence of those who are supposed to be donors, that will make them to see the need to invest in the institution is a way to go. And we bought into that without any resistance. We're working on that. And one of the things we started working also is a strategic plan, communication plan of the country. But we realize also that it has to tie into the project implementation unit. Then donors can also buy in to see the need to support that. So we're doing all of that even in the absence of the extent of investment that we need. So if I look back, even in the absence of everything we're doing, Ketema, to produce a magazine of high quality magazine, I don't know whether we managed to send you a copy without government funding. It's not just innovative, it's miraculous. I was there at that ministry before. Most time the newspaper will come out when you go to it, disappear from the newsstand. Then I took over and we relaunched it. It comes out 3 times a week. It has not stopped in the absence of money. To have press conference is not cheap. It's not free for journalists to assemble every day. It got a lot of implication. We're doing it. Like I said, 2-3 times a week. The website, when we inherited the ministry website, imagine a whole Ministry of Information website not functioning. What did I do? We reached out to the one who was providing the services. Because I knew him before when I was at the Executive Mansion. I ran the Executive Mansion website as press secretary. And when I found out he was the one running, I reached out to him. And he told me why the website was not functioning. They were indebted to him in thousands. And I said to him, it's a disgrace that we'll be running a government communication ministry with our website. Can you bring us back on as we talk about, how we get it right in the future? And because we know each other before he agreed, we relaunched the website. It became functional. Lena is brand new, is rebranded, is productive and very proactive. I don't know whether you're following that. You also see that. So in the absence of money, we're still pushing to do a lot of things, but I can't pretend over the fact that the government will have to support communication.
Okay. Now the second question is, and we're starting on a foundational basis, and then we'll move to some of the specificities. There's this information architecture in Liberia. You have the Ministry of Information, you have LBS, you have LINA, you have the Office of the State Minister of State Deputy for Public Affairs, Press Secretary. It's a whole information architecture. I see 4 or 5 major elements that constitute that architecture, and sometimes they work at cross purposes. You don't know what this is doing, and there's not a sense of alignment and whether this aspect is connected to this. What do you intend to do? And I do ask a twin question. How do you intend to do that alignment, especially in terms of national communication strategy? Who's taking this element of this communication strategy and would begin to implement a national in the alignment of all these different major architectural, LINA, LBS, the Public Affairs Department of the Ministry of State, and MICA? How do they align? Are you responsible to create an alignment? Are you responsible to make sure there's a national communication strategy that clearly delineates all the different elements, and how do they find convergence in terms of dissemination? That's the question.
Correct. Very good question. When I just made reference to the idea of developing a national communication strategy for the government, that's exactly what it's seeking to achieve. You're right. The government has a triangular structure, communication structure, that is headed by the Ministry of Information. Yes, all the other outlets are there, but the Ministry of Information has the government national communication structure. That is the reason why the minister himself has linkages in all the other sectors. That is the reason why, for example, the minister is the chairperson of the board of LBS. Yes, that's why it is that way. So it's a kind of triangle, because the LINA, the New Liberia, and all of these other outlets, they are part of the Ministry of Information. They are structured under the Ministry of Information. So they're not different. They come with that Ministry of Information package. And then the Deputy for Public Affairs and the Press Secretary, they come as a part of that package from the Executive Mansion. And then LBS is on the other side. So it's a triangle, or you call it a pyramid, and then the ministry sits at the top. But the need to document how we coordinate and work is so key, and that is why the concept of having a national strategic communication strategy or plan came about. So it's not just a MICA initiative. The development of that plan is a responsibility of the entire communication team, so that they all feel a part of it, that they were a part of this structure, and that they will all commit to, respecting and using the structure as the instrument that will guide in our approach towards communication. You can do something as the Ministry of Information and impose it on the rest of the actors in the communication infrastructure. So that's what we're trying to address. So you're very correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. We'll now go to Kev. Kev, answer 2 questions.
Again, welcome to the one-on-one with the CEO. Let me ask you a quick question. You work at the Information Ministry under Madam Ellen. Is that correct?
1000%.
Okay. When you guys were leaving, how was the ministry? In what condition you left the ministry?
So it's not a question that I will want to answer, because when they were leaving power, I was not leaving power from the Ministry of Information. I left the Ministry of Information since 2011 when I was appointed as press secretary after the election. So when I was leaving office, I was leaving office from the executive mansion, not from the Ministry of Information.
Okay, but
so the person, let me go further. The person who left that ministry at that time you're referencing was the same person you made Minister of Information. Maybe you can ask him how he left it. So
Eugene Nagbe, right?
So Eugene was the last Minister of Information under Ellen, and he was reappointed by President Weah.
But Eugene Nagbe also got funding from the government at that time, correct? At that time, in order to. Okay, the reason I'm asking you this, because some of us, we fully understand how the ministry was under the Unity Party government. For example, the LBS boss Fagon had to furnish his own office. It was a football field when the CDC went there. Same thing, there was only one car. So and I don't think that the Unity Party funded that era well. But let me ask you this: you talk about no governmental funding. Where you guys took the funding from to furnish the ministry?
I thought I was very clear that I funded and refurbished my office out of my pocket. You asked me where I take money from.
No. I'm asking that you talk about, okay, including the roof that you talk about, all came from your pocket. You talk about the roof. You talk about this. The
roof. Okay, yeah. Take your time now. Take your time. The roof is not from my pocket. So when the government was asking to provide, listen now. When you ask question, you wait. If you have an answer, then answer. Then don't ask me a question. So once it was established, once it was established,
let me say this to you. I asked the question on the show. You, the guest, you're not here to tell me how I should ask the question and when. So I asked the question.
I'm not telling you how you should ask a question. I say when you ask a question, you keep quiet for me to answer. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to tell me to keep quiet.
Because I want to talk. When you ask a question, I gotta talk.
I have right to keep quiet. Okay. Well, I'm interviewing you. I have the right.
Okay. Kev, listen now. Kev, are you done with your question for the minister?
Well, that's my first question, but I think the minister.
No, I know it's your first question. So let's go back to your first question. Do you want to ask? Hold on, Kev. Hold on now. Do you want to ask your question again? Then
yes,
we'll get the minister a chance to answer. Please.
Because the minister lay out. He lay out clearly. He talk about the roof. He talk about this. He lay out like the entire building is under construction. But he said there is no governmental funding. So I'm asking him, where are they taking the funding from? He said his package. So I asked him again. So that's the question there.
All right. So when I said out of my pocket, it was because you were referencing what I took money from the ref to refurbish my office. No, then you came back and said, including the roof. And I was getting ready to answer you about that, and you wouldn't give me a chance, and you jumping all over the place. So including the roof. So when we said government did not give up money and the place was leaking, we could not even sit in the place. We're going to use the conference room, and we put our SOS call. One of the first person who spoke to somebody to give us some money was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke to somebody who gave us $10,000. You know, Jetty has been a good friend of Liberia for a long time. He runs a plant that produced the aluminum zinc. I reached out to him because I've known him for a rack of ages. He agreed to give us a good quantity of the zinc to roof the building, including some other things that will go complementarily along with the zinc. So that's relationship. I could even reach out to Stanton, knowing him and knowing that he's a good guy. He helps people in different ways. That's history about what Stanton has been doing. I can reach out to Stanton and say, I'm roofing the zinc. And Stanton can say, okay, I will send you $10,000 to help with the process. You build friendship, you build relationship. I lived in the US prior to coming here. I went to an Ivy League school where I built relationship. Some of them in very good and hard places. If I'm in a ministry that is decadent and it's in a disastrous state, and I don't have to wait for government to do something, I can even reach out to my brother Katama, who is very lucky and doing a lot of consultancy here. I mean, I know that some of the consultancy Katama is doing. I can say, Katama, you got to put $3,000 in this thing. He gave it to me, I will put it there. In the end, when the ministry is refurbished, it brings pride to the country. All the foreign journalists that come to Liberia, when they want media team, they come to the information ministry, they will go. They may not be lucky to even go to the president's office. The impression they get about how that Ministry of Information looks is the impression they take out of the country. And as somebody who's sitting in there, I will not wait for government money before I make it a look how it's supposed to look.
So are you saying the government is in business to ask business people for money to fix offices? That's what you're saying? Are you saying the government is contacting business people to furnish their offices? That's what people.
Come back to me, put it to me. I say I did. Don't say government. Say you asking people.
I did. The minister of information is using his power and asking business people, which could boil down to pay for play, to furnish the information.
Pay for play to do what? What do I have to get anybody to talk about pay for play? What
so, for example, if something happening, at Jetty rubber farm, your Mika would not say because he furnished it. If anything happening, so you saying you're compromising your ministry in order.
Can I make that your last question now? Then we'll get another question.
You clearly don't understand what you're talking about.
Minister, wait 1 minute. Kev, hold on, I'm begging you, Kev. You know we said we agreed 2 questions each.
Yeah,
so make it your last question. The minister will answer because I have questions.
Yeah, I agree. That's my last question. The minister, that's the question I'm asking him. The minister is asking a businessman, a Liberian businessman, to furnish the ministry. Is that the business of the government? Because that's the government ministry. So I'm asking you now. So you asking business people to furnish your ministry.
When your president was in power, the same kid you were giving them money to do feeding program for people. You don't know that? You don't know that one?
Feeding people is different.
Feeding people money.
Kev, we shouldn't disrupt the show. When you ask a question, as much as the minister have to answer, please let's do this thing for people to enjoy it. And we started the program late already. We want to get enough out of Minister Pierre. So you have asked your question. I would beg you and Ketema, Minister Pierre, can you answer this question? And you have your time to answer.
I have answered him. I said the same jetty you're making reference to, giving them money to feed people. He said that different things. So that rack jetty were using, now it's money. When somebody gave you zinc to put it on your tree and they gave you money for food, and now the same spending that rack. Why was it good to give you money to feed people, but it's bad to put zinc over a building?
Let me ask my question because we got to move on. Careful, we'll come back to you. Then you can do your follow up. Let me ask my question. We're not hearing you, Ketema. You want to say something?
Say no. Kev got one more question. You got one more question.
You giving him 3 questions?
No. Actually, the first question was basically a lady permission. You got one more question. Let me fair. Let me fair.
Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, since the minister cannot answer me. He referred to, the COVID feeding. It tells me that he don't have a question. But let me ask you this question. The president traveled.
But what? So why you still asking if you believe I'm not answering you? I thought you were just here to go ahead because you fear I'm not answering you.
Minister, let him finish. I beg you, let him finish.
Before Kev come in, let me ask you, Minister.
Minister, you want to ask me a question?
No, Minister, you answer the question. But
all right,
can we be on record? Can we be on record? You said the same jetty that feeding people, and Kev just said it was COVID time. Can you be clear? Was it COVID time? It was even past COVID time.
You're still feeding people just recently until they left office. You're giving them money to feed people. What COVID time?
Okay. All right.
Senator, the footage out there, Jetty himself on the street feeding people.
Ask me a question.
Jetty himself out there feeding people. From COVID time, he started that project.
But do you have your last question now? Because I got to ask my question.
He cannot answer that. He going to feeding. He cannot answer that. The president traveled to America for some conference. Can you explain to us what that conference benefits the Liberian people? Can you tell us what the conference benefit the Liberian people?
Are you talking about the most recent conference of this
Black Business Conference that he went? Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Minister, please.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, the president went to a Black Business Conference. He didn't leave the country for 50 days to go to Qatar to watch football and pass all around the other. Went for a visit. And that's your problem. You ask me question, you want to dictate to how I answer you. That's laziness.
You gotta allow the minister to answer. We really want to enjoy the show.
Answer question based on what you want me to say.
Go ahead, minister.
That's not what I'm here for. You have your president who left the country for 50 days. Tell me why he brought. Somebody went for a business conference for just a week.
I can tell you what president we have, bro.
Thousands of businesses. Yeah, when you come on the show next time as guest, then you can do that. Right now, I'm the guest. You get here to ask me a question.
Yeah, please. Let's just keep it like that. Minister, please.
Businesses with a net value of 1.9 trillion, Black businesses. The conference is meant for people to pitch to them, if you know what pitching is, about business opportunities that exist in their country. It is not for you to go and coming back, you put bag of money on your bag and coming back and say, I'm bringing bag of money. You got to go and make a pitch of the opportunities that exist in your country that can attract these Black business owners that do have a network that is as huge as 49.1 million people. That's the opportunity you have to go before them and make the case for your country as to why they should see the need to invest. And if you want to know whether the president did that effectively, oh yes, he did. And the very fact that they even respected him and say, as we are assembling the business people with huge potential to invest in Africa, we want you to be there, not just to come and pitch to us as to what your country needs in terms of investment, but come and be our keynote. If your concern is whether he came back with a bag of money on his back, well, I'm not sure he came back with a bag of money on his back. But what I can say to you is that he had an opportunity to make Liberia's investment case before a group of people whose intervention in any country, Liberia inclusive, can be very transformative. When the past president was in power, he attended every UN General Assembly conference. Did he come back with a bag of money on his back? So is it a constant that anytime you appear somewhere as a leader, you come back with a bag of money on your back? Then nobody should go for UNGA.
The president went to UNGA?
You don't understand me. The president went there 6 years. That's what I'm talking about. Not talking about Bwaka.
No, I'm talking about this president.
Come out with a bag of money on his back? When he went to watch the football game, what did he bring?
It's not meant to bring money.
So let me ask my question. But this is Kev, and this is why we get off air. You ask the question, he answered the way he want to answer. Give us a chance to ask our question too. It's not one-on-one with Kev Hassan.
That's what
I
happens
beg
when
you.
somebody come on the
Please.
show, not with any journalistic inclination, but come.
Let me, Minister, let me come in with my question. President Joseph Yema Boakai visited Atlanta, met with a lot of good folks, people of business minds. My question to you, what took place, I think on the 21st or 22nd, right, at the CDC headquarters? I want you to speak to that image, that what was on Facebook when the president was scheduled to speak and get a keynote address to those folks. And people begin to think about Liberia. People begin to say, okay, let's look on social media. Let's see exactly what the president is talking about his country. Then we get armed men, policemen. We get LDA problem. We get the police. We got seditions coming on the street and the protests and everything. Now, please speak to the nation tonight. Hi, the situation our country will place in.
It's a good question, Stanton. It's a very good question. And the way I would start is protestation is not a bad thing. It's guaranteed under the law, but protestation is basically different from gangsterism, thuggery, and violent actions. And so you're right. When the country that is so challenged, everybody wants to work for government because that's a basic source of employment. And the country is not going to take a step anywhere until we can attract foreign direct investment. But when we're trying to do that, or any government for that matter, not just us, trying to do that, and there are people who are bent on making the society to look like a lawless society, an ungovernable place, and that violence is the way to resolve any disagreement and contradiction they got, it has the capacity and propensity to drive away investment. There's no question about that. And that is why I think as Liberians, for example, Stanton, and you, we all were here when Henry and the rest of the people had what they call June 7. We all watched that protest. It's acceptable in many civilized nations. They saw it. Non-violent government officials assembled at the Capitol ground, went to receive the petition. It's different from what you just made reference to. Now, when people are bent on doing those things, then you got to be concerned about what the motives are. When you consider the timing as well, you got to be concerned as to what the motives are. Is it an attempt to ensure that we drive away people who would have had interest in investing in the country? Is that it? We don't know. But we thought whatever took place would have been done differently, rather than the imagery that we all saw. And I must admit to you, if you, Stanton, you got your money, you want to put your money somewhere, you want to invest, you're not going to see a chaotic, situation somewhere and put your money there. Like the former president that I worked for used to say, she said, money in like confusion. So when confusion somewhere, nobody puts their money there. At least we forget, the country has a terrible history that is still on the minds of many people. A war that took us 2 decades, that took 250,000 of our people dead. Some of the folks who you see in these violent actions may not have been born. They don't even know what war means. They didn't experience it. They think it'll be something joke, right? We all have an obligation, and that is where I was a little bit disappointed with the leadership of the main opposition group. When the first point of comment is not to be concerned, and this is the routine. I'm sorry I will say this. We went to the independence celebration organized by the Liberia Council of Churches. The president of the Council of Churches was not in country. The acting president was called with an instruction. Come and welcome everybody who've come to worship to the church. It turned to something else. Something more political, far away from what they were told to do. But what was concerning, which is the thing that is happening, was that something happened at the airport at that time, Stanton, and you live in the West. If the tarmac of any international airport is invaded, doesn't it have consequence as far as the international aviation system is concerned? So whatever intervention was made reverted that. That was not a concern to the person who was speaking on behalf of the council. They didn't even know that prior to that situation, the very AFL soldiers who saved the situation for the timber now that they have been invaded, have been deployed there since President Wiatan. They were not sent there under President Bouakai. They were just next door to the exit. And
so I'm going to come to the airport. Let me stick with this thing because
I was just trying to stretch your point to say.
Yeah. I want us to take it. Now we get into this conversation, folks. We started the program late. I'm ready in some serious conversation here that Conor Gray, how you call him, Akaris Moses Gray, should be rescheduled because of everything. I really want us to get onto this. Minister Pierre, I want you to speak to the nation. Do you think that helped or hurt the president engagement with folks in Atlanta?
No, it wouldn't hurt. Even though it was a bad uptake, and it's not very strange because the truth is the individuals who did that thing, they always function through chaos. It's historical. The facts are there. Nobody can debate that. But it wouldn't hurt because, look, one of the things that happened as they even tried to do what they did, the government showed that as a government, it was capable of ensuring that sanity prevailed, right? And that's part of what investors want. They want to see an administration that is capable, even in the midst of threats of gangsterism, of all that we witnessed on that day. They want to see that somebody somewhere is in charge. If we want to measure by that, that was clearly reflected that a government is in charge here. So
lastly, because Ketema had an internet problem, he went off, he's coming back. But let me ask this lastly, we'll go to Kevin. It's very important. Let's stick to this problem in our country. We're receiving information. The CDC headquarters, where it is situated right now. What are you hearing, Minister, if you can? Are you guys concerned that it's sitting on a time bomb? To be fair, just to use words freely. Are you concerned the location of the headquarters, the everyday engagement and fighting with police and protests and whatsoever? I mean, what are you hearing from the government, national security apparatus? If you're allowed to say, are you seriously concerned that something is boarding from that headquarters?
All right. So I got to have an honest conversation, and I think it will be not very appropriate for me to accuse the CDC of anything as far as something happening within the headquarters is concerned. But what I can say is this, and this is based on conversation with the folks from the DEA and other sectors of the security service. The environment between the Bernard Beach and the party headquarters, in between there, is a problem. It's a serious problem as far as drug is concerned. Now, what was a little bit confusing to some of us is the drug situation in the country is something that you expect that everybody will buy into, whether you are government, whether you are an opposition, whether you're civil society, whether you are a religious group. It is something, Stanton, that we all must confront head on. Now, so it gets one confused when the security forces are making an intervention, not in the headquarters of a political party, but in a neighborhood that is within that vicinity. And while trying to execute their mission, they come under attack. And they retreat. And the next thing you see by 6 a.m., after this intervention around 5 something, the next something you see by 6 a.m., the main streets are blocked, not quote unquote by the people who are supposed to be the one who resisted, the people who were going on the mission, but from people who are members of a major political party. And you get confused. So what is it about? This was a raid, not at the party headquarters, but in a community based on tip-off by the agents or the authorities at the Drug Enforcement Agency. The people who went to do their job were not allowed because they were basically overpowered and chased away. How did they metamorphose or transform into a protest whose the actors, as you saw then, were partisans of the CDC? And that the party headquarters then became the hut from where stones were being thrown. That is a little bit of a problem. And nobody was concerned about that. But
so my question, are you as a spokesperson for this government, Kev, allow me, you will come in, please. As a spokesperson of this government, how serious of a concern this is?
The drug issue is very serious. Don't forget, Don't forget that.
No, I understand the drugs issue. We'll come to the drugs issue. I'm not talking about the drugs issue.
The problem around our headquarters we're discussing is about drugs. Nobody would have had a cause to go in that town if they didn't have a
I understand. We were talking. We got a big portion of this show on the drugs issue. I understand. We're talking about everything, but folks within the government, outside of this government, you as a minister for information, only you can get this from. How concerned is this government about the environment in and out of the CDC headquarters? It means you cannot touch anybody within our environment. It means that you're on CDC headquarters. Have you guys made the determination how far is CDC headquarters is all the way onto the beach? Can you help us understand how are we sitting on the time bomb when you talk about CDC headquarters and that environment?
All right. So this is what I would say, Stanton. I'm the Ministry of Information. There are the different security agencies, and I can tell you that since that, in fact, that day when the episode took place, I had the opportunity for the first time as the Minister of Information to have been invited to a national security brief. I form a part of that meeting. But there are further discussions and other security related conversations that are ongoing that I can't talk about now because I'm not a part of the arrangement. But yes, the security forces are concerned that agents of the Drug Enforcement Agency would have gone on a mission, not at the CDC headquarters, but in a facility where their headquarters is located. And what happened, you saw happening, was just concerning. The Lepteco, for example, they had their people going to work. More than 4 persons were wounded in their bus. The bus was destroyed. The GSA, 3 persons were wounded in their bus. The bus was destroyed. So it was not just about police and those protesters, as people are made to think. There were a lot of innocent people going about their normal business and left their homes. They're trying to go to work. You saw the other scenery. The speaker, who is the 3rd person in command in the country, trying to be a peaceful man, trying to see how he could intervene to lower down the tension. He had to be smuggled out of the place because his own security even came on a question from people who are supposed to be his people. So such a thing has to be concerning. If the 3rd person in command in the country was trying to go to his own party headquarters and could not even enter, and you saw stones being thrown in his direction until his security forces racing up, it has to be concerning. But what is happening? Is it
true what CDC is reporting that you guys obtained a search warrant to go search the headquarters?
I have no knowledge about that, and I wouldn't want to say something about something that I don't know.
Is it true that according to the information that is coming in, that you guys think, if it is true, that the government think that there's armed and ammunition in around the headquarters?
So that hasn't been brought to my attention. But if the government determines that somebody get armed and ammunition in that place and they can seek the necessary legal process through the court to search, that's the law. Then they will do so. Okay. But I don't know whether that is the case.
No. Listen, we got to just put everything out there. Thank you for clarifying the Kev. Your question and your limit answer. I know you and Masaya Ketema saying he's reconnecting to come back, but let's hear you.
The minister said he went to raid and folks overpower the LDA. Let me ask you, Minister, 3-4 a.m. in the morning, folks were up to overpower the LDA 3-4 o'clock in the morning?
That's what I said.
So you're telling us that the heavily armed men that went at the CDC headquarters to raid your claims, drugs or no drugs, folks overpower heavily armed men? That's what you're telling the
I'll answer your question. First of all, your information is untrue. It's misinformation. Nobody raided the CDC headquarters. That's misinformation.
Well, Minister, to be honest with you, I think we have what we call the Baghdad Bob in Liberia. I think you are the Baghdad Bob in Liberia.
You're just a rude guy. You ask your question and answer. You want to be rude? I can be rude about you more than you.
listen.
Who said I want to talk shit about? Who said I want to talk shit about somebody?
Minister, hold on 1 minute. Yeah, we have a standard that we all agree on. Okay, we have a standard. Hold on 1 minute, Minister Pierre. We are Minister Pierre. 1 minute. We will not call names if we want to enjoy the program. As much as we have to ask the minister question, we ask the minister question, the minister should answer. Again, we cannot, we shouldn't, let give the people something that they came for. You have over 6,000 watching the show from all the outlets. We cannot disrespect the minister. This is the minister of information. We respect the office, but we cannot disrespect him. Please, can you ask your question as hard your question going to be? Let's ask your question, please. And again, we take that back. This is no back that ball. Please.
Well, Stanton, if the minister here, giving misinformation, contrary to reality on the ground.
How do you determine that his information is misinformation?
Where do you live currently? You in Liberia?
How do you determine that?
You know why?
Yeah.
Because I know what happened at the CDC headquarters.
He is, but then Kev, it's not about the feelings, please. And as much as Minister Pierre, wait, Kev, we would not do the show like this. I am moving the show forward because I have to do. Minister Pierre, let me go ahead and ask you my question. I think it will be wise. It will be wise that we respect the guest. If you want to call him any other name, I will advise you, please, you can do a podcast and do that. But what I'm saying on this show, we also ask our question. We are asking her question. We have the opportunity to speak to the minister. Let him give us his answer. If we disagree with the answer, well, the Liberian people listen to him. But we cannot call him names. Not him and not anyone else. Please. He doesn't know who you're let's do this. Minister Pierre, I will come back to you. Minister Pierre, let me stick with this. This raid. Is it true? Did you receive any information whether the LDA obtained a warrant, not a raid, but a warrant to go and execute?
All right. I had a long conversation with the LDA boss. And one of the things he said to me was that he would be interested in having an input when it comes to the drugs issue. He did say to me that you have his number and he will not hesitate if he can have an input while the show is on. So it's possible you can call him and he will pick because he's following. We had a conversation before. Yeah. So because he spearheaded this process, it is his entity. It wouldn't hurt if you give a call to him and he can say exactly what.
Can you give his number to Nelson? Let Nelson call from studio. It would be better, please.
Nelson, not yet. That's how you call him.
The beginner. All right, let me call him. So let's keep that. I want to ask my second question. I see Ketema is back. Let's keep that record. Minister, it's very important. The issue that you have to take all the bullets because you have the information, Minister. What occurred? Can you tell the Liberian people at what point, who gave the order, if you know, that the Liberian National Police should go and barricade around the CDC headquarters? At what point that order was given, and then who gave the order that they should withdraw? Anything you want to share with us?
So my conversation with the Liberian National Police was not a part of the initial activity that concerns the drugs. The DEA went on that drug mission around that hour of the night that they did. The Liberian National Police were not a part of it. They were not part of the team. Eventually, after the entire episode, about 6 o'clock, then there was a blockade on the road, right? Tires were being burned, and no car could come from town, no car could come from Pinsville. So the police they have an obligation, Stanton. I mean, they brave people trying to go to work. People set a roadblock, they burning tire and agitating. That's where the police got involved. Police went purposely to clear the road. And as the police attempted to clear the road, the individuals who have put a roadblock on the road retreated to the party headquarters. And
so the police didn't go as a backup to LDA.
No,
right?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
absolutely not.
Okay,
they went to clear the road. And when the individuals who they cleared from the road retreated, they retreated in the headquarters of the CDC. And interestingly, your network carried the entire team. Thanks to the guy who was carrying it, he's brave. Because with all the stones that were coming forth, he didn't cut the life off. Everybody witnessed it. They retreated in there and they were throwing stones. The only intervention that brought the police in was the road was black, tires were being burned, the police went to clear the world. The operation that is being referenced to the drugs, the police was not involved. They were not a backup. If you call the DA guy, he will tell you the same.
I will call Chris. If Nelson in the studio, please help me with the number. I'm calling him.
Nelson just came.
Yeah. My question, but anyway.
No. I want you to ask your last question, but Kev, you see, I'm asking question, he's answering. Let's do question, answer, not be personal. Then we'll bring in Ketema. So go ahead with your question. Go ahead with your question.
The minister don't want to, answer my question directly because he gave me a lot of misinformation. And the reason I'm saying that, Stanton, because I was on the phone with folks within the CDC headquarters. Look at the other misinformation. Well, people burn tire, so the police came there and blah blah blah. People burn tire.
So the best thing we can do, Kev, Kev, let's understand something. The minister cannot answer the question the way you want him to. You know, we had that conversation not only with Minister Pierre since we started the show. You have to ask the question, he has to answer it. You cannot make him answer the question the way you want him to. Please.
Yeah, but my thing is, it's not.
What's your question? What's your question?
It's not the way he answered it. He's not.
Yeah, what's your question? Answer the last question. Let's go.
To you, Minister. You saying that they went as backup because people burn tire. But why the police when folks retreat, because the knowledge we get when people retreat, go into their era, you back up and you stay. Why the police enter the CDC compound and took out a lady and undressed that lady and parade that lady through the streets of Monrovia? So I'm asking you, why the police?
You said the police paraded a lady through the street of Monrovia?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, until they put her in the car. You saw it.
You got a video? Kev, you got a video? You got a video?
Yeah, we got a video. I can say I can
send it. I will see it.
Send me the video. We'll play the video. They give Minister Pierre. Minister Pierre. Maybe I have not seen it. I don't want to speak in defense to your answer. But the police paraded anyone through the street. If you say through the street of Monrovia, up Broad Street, down Broad Street, Carey Street, Maple Street, all the street. Can you help us understand, Mr. Pierre?
Central, when you take somebody from in their compound and walk through the main streets, you parading the person on the streets.
Through the street of Monrovia, Minister Pierre.
The street of Monrovia there. Let me say the video.
So here is where I have reached. Until this your host renders an apology for referring to me, the country's information minister, in the demeaning manner he did, I got no interaction with him as long as he sits here. He will be a mirror of himself. You and Katama, okay, I can talk to you. Look, Stanton.
So let me go to Abdullah. No, that's okay.
Yeah,
let me go to Abdullah.
Who are you to call people names? Is that
Minister Pierre, you make your point. Minister Pierre, you make your point. Abdullah Ketema, again, please. Abdullah, we are at the CDC headquarters. You are muted. We are at the CDC headquarters. The incident.
Oh, what a player! Yes, somebody says you just borrow and run with it.
So Sandra,
go ahead.
Yeah. So I just came late. We have some technical challenge back here, but look, I've not been able to follow a certain portion of the show when I was out because I completely off.
We are at the CDC headquarters. The incident that took place. My question I brought in this thing, President Bouaga was in Atlanta pitching, hustling for businesses to come to Liberia. He was a keynote speaker. He met folks. He engaged them. At the same time, Ketema, the protests from CDC headquarters. At the same time, I want you to just talk about the significance right now on the world stage. So, John, let me answer, but we are pushing now. Who called the police? When was the police called? Why were they called? And that's where we are.
So first of all, you just created a scenario that is a very powerful scenario. The images do not invite anybody for investment. Correct. We can determine who's right or wrong. Just the images, burning tires, violence conditions, people are running helter skelter. There's a full presence of police. In this kind of image where the president, another image shows the president engaging and paging, they're using the word of Minister Pia, paging to the world that we are ready for business, that environment is safe, that its climate is ready for business, and that there's huge return on your investment in Liberia. Everything that is required to give you an assurance of a country ready for business. That images undermine and sabotage that impression. And so the question of who's right or wrong is a different question, just a question. And also notice, the person who has the greatest responsibility for peace in unity Liberia is the government. Everybody has a role to play, but the government has the greatest responsibility. And so just the president now making our page, it creates a conflicting image. And I didn't know how you guys were in the discussions around that because I went up. But just that portion, Stanton, you highlighted an important thing. How that image is battling the message of the president, is undermining the message of the president, is creating conflict with the message of the president. So my question to the information minister, how do you guys balance this reality in the face of a demand for investment and images of chaos? The triggers for violence that manifested itself could repeat itself again. How do you assure people that, look, this is just an isolated case, it's not going to happen again? Forget investor, relax yourself. We're taking control of that. How do you do that? That's my question to you.
That's a good concern, Captain. And like I said to Stanton, how do you assure people that this will not happen if there's a political institution or there are individuals who are just bent on creating chaos? Because maybe in their mind, if it is not us, nothing should happen here. We'll do everything in our power to undermine any progress that's supposed to take place here. I don't know how you handle that. But what I said to Stanton, which I will also say to you, is that when these things are happening, even the very America that everybody lives in, I was in America, right? You saw when the George Floyd situation took place, you saw the chaos all over the place, right? So chaos can happen anywhere, but sometimes what people look up to also, in addition to the fact that those kind of images are not good, Katama, is they look at the ability or the capacity of the governors of the land, to be able to do something about that. And what I can say is, as a government, we would be in charge, right? We don't want to be abusive to anybody. People can protest. I mean, take for example, if there were people just in the street just protesting and no all the rocks you saw throwing people, vehicles were balls and all those kinds of stuff, it's understandable. Nobody's going to do anything physical to you. For example, if the police want to clear the road, you just left the road before having any confrontation, then the issue is resolved. Vehicles try to fly, people going about their normal business. But leave and you want to resist and you think the police will fold their hands because you want to resist? Of course not. And in the end, what ought to happen is that somebody got to show that the country is governable. Because if there's an attempt to create an impression that the land is not governable, that nobody is safe there, no investment is safe there, as a way of intentionally making investors to stay away, the government's own ability and capacity to ensure that order is restored and peace prevails can, in a way, help to rekindle the confidence of individuals who still got deep interest in investing in the country.
So, Stanton, go ahead, Stanton. You want to say something? No, Stanton, you want to go.
Thank you. I just trying to get into Jeremic mindset here. It happened. And I cannot go into my conversation with the president on this issue. But I think you're coming to that, Jeremy. The message now is, Ketima asked a good question. What next? In restoring that confidence, what next? You still got CDC right there. You still got the drugs people, whether they are there in the environment, they are right there.
Right there.
Everybody just right there now. So that I want to come in though. No arrests were made. No, they did. 14 small people with no historical value. Yeah, we have the name. They're going to release their own bills. So be it. But the main cats and door, the cartel that operating Jeremy Limerick, what's the message here? Another SPAC will take place again. How can you sell some hope to the Liberian people that the government that you represent is in charge and this thing will not happen? School about to open. Are we going to see 1 week school and 1 week off? Can you talk to us on that line, Minister?
I mean, as a government, I want to repeat that we will do all that we're supposed to do to ensure that the country is governable. But the honor is also upon a group of people who were in power for just the last 6 years. Is that the legacy you want for yourself, that immediately after leaving power, you want to be, the source of discourse and chaos and violence and all of that? I'm not sure. I mean, they took a brilliant step at the last minute. I saw folks were calling me about, okay, the former president has written ECOWAS. I mean, maybe if they're taking those trends, maybe it'll be good. But you unleash chaos before you say, okay, after I finish unleashing chaos, let me write and complain. Maybe we need to talk more than all those kinds of action. And like I said to you, what still remains a mystery, how would an attempt based on information received by the LDEA to go after a drug cartel agent, how did it draw a political party in the picture? What questions do come about as a result of that? What was the protest about? If the protest was somebody said the party headquarters was invaded or raided, that's not true. I've been seeing that. The operation was in that community between the headquarters and Banal Beach. How did someone sort into a protest by this party? People now into the headquarters and throwing stones because police try to clear them away from the street.
Minister, real quick.
Let me end this with Central. And I thought that when it comes to drugs, don't forget, when we're moving towards the election, you and I know that drugs worth over 100 million was dumped into our country. We know that. So it means that the place was an open field. It was a floodgate. That drug situation is still serious, even after we came to power. And you see a leadership of the entity responsible to take on this thing head on. And you see that as they even try to do their work, people are mobilizing and resisting. And nobody is concerned about the fact that the main target of the LDEA was to go after a drug. But you took the whole thing away from that and make it look like an issue of a political party.
Let me dig deeper further, Minister Pierre.
Please.
Yeah. 1 minute, Cap. Let me dig deeper further, Minister Pierre. Let me dig deeper. One, did you guys reach out to the opposition leaders, Mr. Former President, Mr. Former Chief of Staff Nathaniel McGill? Have you guys do you know anything whether this government reached out to them to calm the folks down?
I wouldn't know all of the conversations taking place in the back. I mean, I guess conversations are taking place at different levels. President Joseph Boaga, who you know is a peaceful man, he just came back to the country today. I haven't seen him. Of course, I will see him tomorrow. We'll have some very good conversation as usual. If those have happened, he will say it to me.
I'm not saying the president. I'm saying,
no, I'm just saying.
You attended the national security meeting. You say you were speaking to folks in the national security apparatus. My question to you, were you informed? Because I am reliably informed that a phone call was placed to President George Mano, we are former. A phone call was placed to Senator Nathaniel Fellow McGill. A phone call was placed to the hierarchy. I reliably informed that they spoke to Samuel Kofi Woods. They spoke to the NSA Director, Prince C. Johnson. They tried reaching out to Sylvester Graceby. He answered once and he didn't answer again. Can you confirm these things or you don't know, sir?
all that could be possible. I haven't been briefed about that, so I wouldn't want to say something that I've not been briefed.
Okay. Again, Kev, you want to say something? You want to retract your statement at least to ask a Jerolimic question? I think it would be the fair thing to do. We're trying to run a good program. He is not back that ball. Let's just consider his Minister Jerolimic Pierre. When we're off radio, offset, we can scream at each other, but I think we should present a professional show. What say you, Kev?
I will not retract my statement. It's the minister. I think he needs to be a big boy, and if he enter in the big league, he need to face it. The minister every day make out he's throwing things and saying things around, loose words around. Nobody tell him to take it back. This is the big league. If he cannot take it, then he should give, because for me, I think because of the minister is now willing to answer questions. This is not Mikat. That Mikat he got control. So if you're going to step in that role, you have to take it, and that's why I wish the president could have put in Eugene Fagon in this position than Jerolimic Pierre. I think he should have been the LBS boss, because he can take it. He just there to take it.
Ketema, your question?
Yeah. So Stanton, you raised a very important question, and sometimes on the show we play devil advocate for good reasons, because there are a lot of different perspectives in our country. There's not a singular monolithic perspective on any issue in Liberia. There are varying positions on issues. I'm trying to build a profile. Trying to build a profile of crisis management, JNB crisis management profile, and I help the Minister of Information to disabuse my mind, or to demystify something about it. You had the King George situation that happened in Stanton. You have the widows of wife of former AFS soldiers. You have some kind of student stuff. Then you have the CDC thing. In a year time, the global headlines are emblazoned with these crises. When the AFL things are happening, major international headlines, they're syndicated news. I follow all the business syndicated news on Liberia daily. I got notification. And King George situation went global. You had to do a multinational corporation. Then you got an AFL situation started. Then you got the CDC situation. It is taking place in the context of or demand for a windfall of national investment. One of the problems that plagued and afflicted the Joey administration was the failure of large-scale investment. They started off with this $100 million. So I'm trying to build this profile. I'm telling myself, if it's begin to be a pattern, a management or crisis management challenge, or crisis management failure, or a new perspective, or redesigning, how do they intend to convince an investor that see this trend? You do not see an isolated case. Mr. Minister, how do you think an investor sitting in a corner in London about to invest in Liberia $50 million is tracking all these development, or have a research and say, track Liberia? Tell me the last violent conflicts or this violent incitement in the last 5 years. What would be your answer to that investor?
So you see, let me put it this way, and I say from the beginning, maybe you didn't get it. But let's look at all the different issues you just cataloged. In King George, there's a situation that led to what happened there. Did those situations happen under President Bouaka? Of course not. You know the history of everything that happened there. Why somebody chose to exploit it at that time for what could happen, there could be a motive. I don't know. The AFL widows, the conditions at the barrack and all those things were all inherited. Nobody did anything about it. Why did they do it at the time they did it? I wouldn't know. Right? And all the other examples you gave him, there are different actors that are doing different things. In fact, like you just said, this thing happened when the president was still engaging people in the U.S. I'm sure he had a way of working around, he had a way of communicating around it. So that's what makes him the president. The foreign minister is still out there. The NRC is here. They have their own programming as to how they're reaching out to the investors. Konakoma is already on an international mission. He's out there. He's a from the civilian perspective, he's the guy who's in charge of security. I'm sure he's doing his own messaging down there. So all I'm trying to say is that maybe you could read into it and say, maybe there's an intentional plan here to keep everything in disarray because we out, and once we out, the whole country should not move anywhere. But as a government, we work around what we're supposed to work around. In fact, just before the president traveled, there were investors from Korea, and they are about to open a starch factory. They saw the King George thing you mentioned. They saw the AFL Widow thing you talk about. They still came, and they are finalizing the agreement to have a starch factory here. So they will do all that they try to do. The engagements will continue, and investors will listen, because in the end, the government will from time to time show that it's in charge. And if there's anyone who is thinking that this is a calculated plan to figure out how to undermine your own country, because now by the government, you just got to rethink, because you're not going to succeed with that. Not going to succeed with that. Look at some of the things that are happening. Just right in the past, the people were child leaving other people right before their own start. They were jailed, put handcuffs on their hands. Richard Walker, my friend, other people. Today, the same thing they did to the people when they caught all the investigative agencies are trying to do something, you assemble people to follow you to the investigation grounds. Right? The thing they're accusing you about, some of the people who can't even find bread for themselves, they did not benefit from it. But based on the nature of the society, people feel they can use them. If somebody's being investigated, for example, what brings into question or Katama that people should be deployed in militancy and agitation? What brings
let me you said the basic.
Yeah,
okay.
1 minute, I'm coming. So take for example, the LACC said John Brown come for question. The first thing that came out, this wish one would not be allowed to suffice. All the folks at the LACC who called for that investigation, who appointed them? Was it President Bouaga? Were these not the same commissioner who, at the time the sitting president already lost the election, he managed to have all of them confirmed? How come they're doing their professional work now amounts to Joseph Bouaga witch hunting? The folk at the young man at the GSC, for example, who did it all day on the central bank. Was he appointed there by President Bouaga? Is he taking instruction by Bouaga, or is he just doing the work he's supposed to do as the Auditor General? And if he was appointed by WIA, how come a WIA appointee is now accused of witch hunting with President WIA?
So let me comment, Minister Pierre. You make a statement. You put out a statement the day, I think, in reference to Senator McGill. And I understand that your minister, he's a senator. So let me just put that in place right now. You said the senator shouldn't say anything. I mean, I just paraphrase it. You say you don't think that it's necessary for him to speak on this issue, because it's only fair that he go to LDCC and answer question, something of that nature. Yeah, can you correct me, please? I'm trying to find. Yeah, correct me. What did you say? What did you say?
I said being asked by the LACC to appear for an investigation and mobilizing militants and agitators to assemble there, creating chaos, is abnormal. An investigation, yeah, investigation. If somebody were to ask me, Jerolima Pia, you need for questioning to come to this place, I should just go there. Why am I carrying agitators behind me? Why I say about militancy? That's what I'm saying.
Do you think the senator took the guys with him?
Well, he invited them somehow, because prior to going there, when he was invited, he did a social media post. The witch hunt has started. They are trying to silence me. I will not keep silent. They have called me at the LACC, and I will be going there tomorrow as soon as the time. What do you think you are doing?
What do you know about what do you know about the temporary and supplemental payroll confusion right now that they call Senator McGill to question him about? What can you tell them?
Because the investigation is on. That's why the LACC is investigating. That's why they call him for questioning. So we got to wait for the LACC investigation.
Have you been briefed? No.
The LACC has not completed their investigation. They don't be in the middle of investigation and brief people on what they investigate.
Can you talk about the 20 million accusation that is coming from the Senate? Because I heard you, if I'm correct, on MICAP, you spoke a little bit on on McGill raising the issue of a 20 million. Is that correct?
No, not sure. Not sure I did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Ketemba, real quick, give me 1 second. Let me hold the minister on this.
Sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's very important for us. Very important for us to set this straight, Minister Pierre. The government, the overall right now, Joseph Yimam government, with all the other report. Can you talk to us? What do you know about the $8 million loan or build-up money that was given to SIB Bank?
So I know that there's been different conversations. At one point, I saw people putting letters in the public and say this, oh, the other person wrote, Samsey Quia wrote, and this person wrote. What I could say is that the bank has a leadership. And if there are concerns about transactional issues at the bank, you can engage the leadership of the bank. And I'm sure they will provide the information that the public needs. For example, the other day when there was an attempt to take almost $1 million out of the bank, of course, the bank called me. If you follow the press conference that day, I addressed it because they called me and gave me the information. In cases where the detail of something has not been given, of course, the sector, and that's one of the reasons why when you watch the Mika press briefing phantom, it's not just me going there and talking as a minister. You see different sectors appearing because they can communicate the issues that concern them even better, even if I can do it. Because they will have all the facts, they will have all the bones, they will have all the flesh, they will have all the meat. One of the things we plan to do, and which will happen soon, is the bank, even under the past administration of Alosha Talu, has now addressed the mega press briefing. We have made an arrangement for the bank to appear, and we're not very far from that. And I'm sure at that point, most of these issues will be perfectly addressed.
So you don't know anything about negotiation of the $8 million that was given to?
No.
That's far as you can speak to.
That's as far as I can speak to, and I can ensure that the appropriate authority from the bank gave you additional information when needed.
I mean, can you confirm or you cannot confirm whether the money was paid, given to SIB?
I can neither confirm, not unconfirm.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Gerald Lemick here, the Minister of Information, Culture, and Tourism. He's in studio. Again, we're going to ask him all the question that we think necessary. If you have your question, you can post your question because we got 16 more minutes to be here. 10 p.m. Liberian time, the minister have to go. 6 p.m. my time, I have to take my kids out. So again, we just want to say to you, as always, as you follow us here on Spoon Talk, because of the time difference, we ask to reschedule Moses Akari's grave for next week. And also, we believe that the Senator Nathaniel Falomage had agreed to come on next week. We'll set a time that we can talk to them, but we couldn't bring in Akari's grave today. Look at the time difference. We needed to take a lot out of Minister Pierre. So again, we pray that the former representative accept our invite for next week. Ketemba.
Yes, I want to tell the audience that we'll be having a post-analysis. So don't leave, don't go. We're having a beautiful post-analysis. We'll bring some different analysts to do some post-analysis and look at different issues, including this interview. So stay with us, stay connected. Now, Mr. Minister.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. They said they got Christopher Peters. I think that is the LDA director on the phone.
Correct.
Sure. I beg you. Can we bring him?
Of course.
Can we bring in the officers in charge? The officer in charge is not the acting director yet. The officer in charge. Why they are getting the officer in charge? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Welcome to the show, OIC Peters. It's good to have you again.
Well, I can get Stanton Claro.
Okay. I think
my man, nobody to be using Chinese phone back.
Yeah, are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you, Stanton. It's a little bit faint, but if you can speak louder, I think it will be better for me.
I will nesting to the adjustment real quick. Again, sorry to have you the second time around. You follow the conversation. We have our guest in studio, Minister Gerald Lemick Pierre, Let's talk about the LDA operation. Let's talk about whether you receive a search warrant, and give us an update since then, sir.
Okay, so thank you. I'd like to say thanks to Minister Pia. I think he's doing brilliantly well. I see Kev is I see Kev is kind of like green lad lately, and that's due to my man Ketama. Basically, we just want to clarify something. When Kev talk about armed men, the LDA is not armed. We do not carry arms currently under our arrangement. So I just wanted to make that one clear. And if there's any specific questions that you want to ask Stanton, I'm here to respond to that.
I understand that we asked most of our questions, but I want to just say this to you very quick, because your limit has some limitation as to what he can tell us. Understandable that the operation took place under your entity. Let me ask you, were there any search warrant, and where the search warrant came from?
Yeah, we did secure a search warrant. Search warrant was issued from the West Point Magisterial Court, and that warrant was the sheriff from that court assisted LDA in our attempt to execute our search warrant early Wednesday or Thursday morning at about 05:30 hours.
Is the place in which you want to execute your search warrant, is it under the jurisdiction of the West Point Magisterial Court?
I'm not sure.
So the issue about jurisdiction, one thing that is happening also, the subjects mentioned on our search warrant, they're not complaining about jurisdiction, but people who the search warrant was not issued against are those complaining about jurisdiction. And the issue about jurisdiction is usually cognizable before the courts. I mean, not on radio or not in this kind of conversation we're having. So if we executed a search warrant and the other party thinks that the court issuing that search warrant does not have a jurisdiction, they have a legal remedy under the law to go and challenge the jurisdiction.
Mr. Peters, because
what I want to strike clear is that the search warrant was not fake, because if you announce to the country that the LDA were utilizing fake search warrant, it meant that we went to World Trade Center or we created a kind of search warrant in our own, or we fraudulently got the search warrant. No, but that search warrant was produced from the court, processed by the ministerial officer, and we rely on the representation of that search warrant to go and execute the area we wanted to execute the search warrant.
And I respect that. Allow me, please, because we have to go back to Joe Pierre. Allow us to please throw in one question, Kev, Ketema, and I. Okay. I want to press Joe Pierre on other issue before we let him leave. ORC, let me ask you the question. The search warrant. You are speaking to the nation tonight. 6,952 people watching us live right now. The search warrant that we are talking about, was it approved by Judge Joe Manjala?
So I'm informed by my agent who conducted our operations. He made an application, what they call the affidavit, to the West Point Court through the ministerial officers, the clerks, the court officers, are those who receive the affidavit and the processes in the system, and they are expected to ensure that the judge review it and approve it. And so when they return with that search warrant, we do not run the court. So they made a representation to us that the search warrant went through the processes. So then we move on the scene along with the very sheriff who will hold the search warrant and show it to the subject that we're going to confront. And so if the judge did not endorse that search warrant, it's something that we're going to review internally and see how we can make it better in the next time. But that processing was done by the court's ministerial.
So you cannot confirm or deny today whether the judge approved the search warrant, whether it was authorized by the judge, whether it was approved, whether the judge gave the search warrant his blessing. You cannot deny or confirm it today.
So my agents who applied for the search warrant were under the expectation that search warrant went through the full length of the West Point Code before it was issued out for execution.
And you cannot also confirm or deny whether the address that you guys went to is under their jurisdiction of the Magisterial Court of West Point? Do you know, or you just cannot confirm?
Well, I cannot confirm, but I think those are some of the procedural issues that we will consider in future interaction. But we did so with the understanding, our agents did so with the understanding that they were operating under something they call concurrent jurisdiction. But I mean, there are a lot of stuff coming up. We'll continue to review it, and where we can make some adjustment in the future, we'll certainly do that. But what we wanted to make clear is that we did not receive any search warrant to issue against the CDC, its compound, its perimeter wall. Neither was it issued against its officials or any partisan of the CDC.
Beautiful, and it's good that you're out there. Let me bring in Ketema and then Kev, because we have to go back to Minister P.I. Ketema, to you.
Yes. Yeah. To the LDA boss, I just got a question from a legal scholar who choose to be anonymous for some reasons. And the question is, he says the jurisdiction is important to understand the search warrant, whether the judge approved the search warrant and the jurisdiction of the search warrant. And not only that, he's also asking that the DA was supposed to know these kind of basic legal part of his work, whether it need to be approved and all of that. He said by actually evading the question. What will be your response?
Well, I'm not evading the question. So let look at it like this. Kev, you apply for not Kev, but Ketema, you apply for a passport, and you go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and you meet the requirement for the passport. The passport is issued to you. You go to the airport, and at the airport, the people going through the passport say, "Hey, Minister Nyati, you have signed here," and you say, "But this signature is represented to me to be Minister Nyati's signature." And so our role is to make an affidavit to the court, which we did. And the ministerial officers are people who work in the court and process all these documents. So they go through the system and they come up with a rate. It is our understanding that the judge must have seen it, must have approved it. That's why even on the morning of the execution of the search and seizure warrant, the two sheriffs from the court were present. They have the rate in their hand. We only get a copy of that rate if we're successful in executing the search and seizure warrant. And then on their returns, they will give a copy of that search and seizure warrant, and then we go with if we have any evidence that we secure from the scene. And so that's why they were with us in the morning of the execution of our warrant. So we too were under they made a representation to us that search and seizure warrant did go through the processes in the magisterial court before coming out for execution.
So after the fact now, have you found out whether the process was followed? It is after the process now. I mean, from the initial stages, you need to get that. You trust the judgment, but at this moment now, for what you know now, do you think they follow the right procedure and process?
So what we know now, and as things continue to unravel, so we've had our first after action review to see what did we do rightly, what we did not do rightly, so that we can prepare better for the future. And so we are doing internal review. And one of the things we've said currently, we issue a memo that going forward, all future search and seizure warrants, we lay out different processes that the affidavit will go through before we leave the office. And also we're going to ensure that judges or magistrates or courts or magisterial courts of appropriate jurisdiction will be the ones that we start operating with. So yeah, I mean, with human being, we live and we learn. And so yeah, going forward, we will see how we can do more due diligence.
Well, and I'll just do a quick follow-up before Stenton comes in, and because we got to go to the distinguished minister who took his time in living way broad this, so we got to give it a different. But look, it tells me something. It tells me you are basically saying if you have to do it again, you will do it differently, and now you do see that there's some missteps in the process. I'm hearing that from your statement. It's a basic interpretation that certain things went wrong in the process. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. No. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Chief, give me a chance. I beg you. No chance. Chief, give me a chance. I'm not running away after I ask my question. I'll be here. Relax yourself. You're gonna have a beautiful show. My question is: it seems to me, and it's clear that there was a misstep by LDA in the process. And that you are now doing internal review. The internal review is not being prompted by Gesena and finding the need for an internal review. Something does not look aligned, something does not look right. There are some missteps, and you realize we need to do an internal review. But the misstep could cause a huge confusion and conflict in the country. Do you understand the consequences and the repercussions of your missteps?
No, but so the raid itself and the execution didn't cause the attendant violence that followed. So that raid did not go to CDC. We didn't take a raid from different jurisdiction and go to CDC. We issued a raid. We went to a private resident identified. So let's get the two different. When I talk about internal review, is after the fact. Now there information coming up that reportedly say the judge did not sign the writ, and we, as at the time we applied for that writ and secure it, it was represented that it went through the ministerial court process. So after the fact, if we find out now that which has not already been established yet, that the judge did not see it, and if it is true that the judge did not see it, what we need to do as a responsible institution is to put up internal safeguards so that next time we can show that we will not just rely now on ministerial officer representation, but to also make sure that the magistrate and the judges see it and endorse it. That's what I'm saying. We didn't go intentionally to say, look, we go procure this rate, and we know that the judge did not sign it, will go on the scene to execute. No. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay,
some of the new that are coming.
Oh, sure, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Jeff, go ahead with your question if you have any, please.
But sit down. I just want to do a quick. My distinguished brother and friend, do you suggest that the president do an independent investigation on the circumstances that led to this situation? Would you support that?
What? Come again with the question.
Would you support the President JMB commissioning an independent investigation to understand the entire circumstances that ultimately led to the situation? Would you support that?
But Kev, the LDA is a government organization. The president runs the country. I mean, how can we go against what the president decides, what the president's decision will be?
No, it's not going against. Do you think there's enough reason? Let me frame the question. Do you think there's enough reason for an independent investigation?
What we're doing at the LDA is to do our own portion of it now that we're learning new information coming up. Any responsible institution or public institution is to learn to do other due diligence. And so if the president decides, I mean, that decision is exclusively the president. I mean, to tell you yes or no, I will be preempting the president. So I think we should give the president the opportunity to exercise his best decision under the circumstances.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Kevin, let's take your question. Then we'll go by the Minister Pierre.
Let me ask you this: when you guys went to raid up the where you guys saying you went to raid about 3 to 4 a.m., did you guys meet any resistance?
Okay, so we got in that community about 4:30 to 4:45 on our way going to the identified property in small town. We got resisted, we got stoned out, and at one point in time, one of the commanders complained that they were fire at. And so at that point, when I heard that they were fire at, we had to order them to pull out. In the process of pulling out, we sustained 2 facial injuries, and those guys were taken to the JFK for treatment. They've been discharged, and they're trying to recover gradually. And so we pulled out between 5:30 to 5:45. So by 5:45, LDA had pulled out of the operation and went back to our headquarters. So between 5:45,
you mean AM or PM?
Whatever happened between 5:45 to 6 o'clock, LDA was no longer in the entire vicinity. We have pulled back to our headquarters.
So just for clarity for the listening audience, is that AM or PM?
AM, you know, use these what they call the American time, because 0400 hours, 0500 is actually in the morning, like 5:30, 5:45. Yeah.
So you
All right,
say
thank you.
you say on your way to do your raid, there was gun was fired, and 4:45 to 5 a.m. guns were fired at your people, and folks came outside. That's what you're saying?
So Kev, yeah. So Kev, you see, sometimes too, you gotta follow the conversation. You know, you gotta listen to what I said. I am saying we move in that vicinity around 4:30, 4:45. We arrive.
Mm-hmm.
On our way going to the subject property to execute our search and seizure warrant, we got resistance, and there were stones. Community members, whosoever they are, started pelting stones at the LDA officers. And then one of the commanders on our team complained that, Chief, we're also receiving fire. So they were being fired at, allegedly fired at. When I heard that they were being fired at, we had to call a quit, told them to pull back and leave the area. So we didn't succeed in executing the raid at the identified property. So we had to pull out. And in pulling out, Stanton has the picture. Two of our officers, they sustained wounds in the face. I mean, the rock hit one of them in the mouth, and they took some stitches in our jaw at JFK.
So how the police end up there? You call the police, like gunfire in the neighborhood? How the police end up?
So when we left by 5:45 a.m., between 5:45 to 6 a.m., another group, this time believed to be CDC, came on the road. We were not there. This is what we heard after the fact. As people passing early in the morning, going to work, an EPS vehicle was torn. There was roadblock. There was lighting of tires. And so citizens started calling back and forth, and we in national security. And so that's what brought the police in to clear that roadblock. But what I wanted to clarify again, like you said, the police did not go with us as a backup. This was an LDA-led raid. The only other group that was with us that is not in LDA, the sheriff from the court. So the police was not with us.
So that's a lot of questions now. Yeah.
So you're saying there's two groups. So you're talking about two groups. The groups that attack you different from the CDC group, because you see another group.
So you see, I want to be careful how we call these different categories of people. We were attacked on our way to execute the search and seizure warrant, and we pull out. So what happens later on with the blockade and the burning of the tire and the stoning of the vehicles? That is open source. You see all on camera. You saw who was doing it and where they were running and where they were standing and stoning. That is not anything in debate. But when we were attacked under the cover of darkness, that's why if you see the government press release, there's specific designation we made in our press release.
I just quick follow up, Stanton, please, I beg you, because he's saying something not adding up here. So they left
the logic I'm making, Kev.
No, but you say no. I just want you to be clear. So the CDC group, not the group that attacked you on your way, and where the attack took place.
So going toward the subject house in the back end of the CDC, under the cover of darkness, we were attacked. Now that group, by group of people who were already out in the vicinity and in the neighborhood. They attacked us, and they didn't stop there. They even set up roadblock using that Bonnet Beach road. They set up roadblock, anticipating that we will use that side of Campbell so we can fall in the ambush. But our men tactically maneuver and use other way out and got out.
But you can't
see. Thank you. Thank you very much, OIC Peters. Again, it's a good thing that you came up to clarify. We really appreciate you. You're always welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to go. It's 10:05 in Liberia. My friend Peters, thank you very much. Have a good night to your end. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to come back with Jerome Pierre. We got to close this program. We'll do post analysis. The minister have to leave. Minister, welcome again. We say thank you for joining us. As always, you're always welcome. Again, we'll try our best to present a beautiful show to the folks home and abroad exactly when we have to discuss national issue. I know we will have you again, a lot out there to say, but thank you. You can do your closing, you can do your partners. And you want to say something, Ketemba? You are muted.
Is the minister leaving now?
Yes, sir. You want to say something, sir?
Minister, can I ask you one last question?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Captain. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Minister, I really want you to highlight some of the signature accomplishments, some of the progress you made by the president. I don't know whether this question was asked because I got this.
Yeah, it was asked. Yeah, it was that.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure if there's something else he did not say about some of the accomplishment, I'm interested in, because whatever goes good in Liberia is good for all of us. So I'm interested in some of the progress this president has made. And I'd like you to please highlight the ones you did not highlight for us before you leave.
I mean, what a good point, and nothing wrong with that. It's 10 o'clock already, but it doesn't matter to provide answers to such a question. We can talk a little bit about that. I remember when the elections were going on, and Stanton and the Spoon family were very focused on the election. One of the persons they brought on the show many times was Amara Conner. And one of the things he said, which scared me at the time, was he kept telling Stanton that, look, you don't even know what the country is. When a new government comes in, to even pay salary will be a problem. And I'm sure Stanton remember that conversation very well, because he didn't say it once, he didn't say it twice. There were many other economists who said that the way the government managed itself, whatever that situation was, they made it to be non-existent. They took over. They were able to ensure that civil servants are being paid and paid regularly, even with those dim projections that were given. Right? We met the country. The inflation rate that we took over for was 10.4%, double digit. It's not my information. Go check the IMF and other actors. It's now at 7%, single digit. The president made this signature thing that we all ran with in the campaign, not knowing the implication when he said no car will get stuck in the mud. The people living in those different corridors, Katamba, they are aware. They live it. When vehicles were on that road, sometimes people get stranded on that road for weeks, if not days. We live in Liberia, we know what our seasons look like. The rainy season is almost decipated.
This information.
We are at the that's part of the
but Kev, don't do that. Kev, don't do that now. The man talking, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Don't do that, baby.
You understand? It's never happened. The rainy season is about to be over. All the roads are passable. Not leaving it with ordinary people. The president himself was all the way in Riverside and other places. Electricity. 500,000 connections are taking place after we secure a 40 million grant from the European Union. It's ongoing. They were playing politics with the children YFE, or they were acting at a charity they were running. Only for us to come to power and realize that those were bills on the government.
That's not true.
And I was cry that they cannot function, they can't give their test because they were owing them millions. We had to clear them.
Kev, don't do that. Don't do that, Biggie, man. Let him finish that, Biggie.
You got to get me up and stand on. And I told you this beyond the say. People are so resistant to truth. So when you're giving truth, it busts through their brain, it hurting them, they don't want to hear it. All you want from the country is that the country must load a country that is failing. I heard the conversation about loan the other day. The government defaulted, the government did. People running around with all kinds of publication. 44 million of the debt we paid, 21 plus million of it was something that the past government defaulted on. We had to clear it, and then the one that we inherited, we had to clear an additional one, making it over 44 million of abandoned responsibility that we have cleared. We developed the country National Agricultural Development Plan. The donors are bought into it. Thousands of hectares of land will be cleared for food production, rice in particular. I just told you we had the Korean delegation, the MAKE group, they were here. They've agreed they're going to build a plant here to produce starch, Katamba. So a lot more has been happening, but you see, when we come to these conversations, most time is people wanting to force you to react to political things, and then the main substance or the main meat of the situation gets lost. The LPRC, for example, is making this headway. Just broke ground for additional tanks. One of the problems we've had is the storage capacity for petroleum product in this country is one of the reasons that can lead to petroleum shortages, and you know how it can be, right? We're trying to mitigate that. We're mitigating that by these interventions. So the LRA, for example, Stanton and I talk about this behind the line. Double Jala and his team are executing so well to the extent the last time he made his presentation in cabinet, which was 2 Fridays ago, he is clear. He asked the cabinet to approve certain action that he's supposed to take. But even before then, it's clear that the next budget year he's going to push our national budget to $1 billion. Look at the question of accountability. People were walking around the place free. It's like it was normal for people who have betrayed the public trust to just do and walk away. President Bouaka stood up to the challenge of bringing people to justice, not by his dictates, not by what he wants, but simply allowing the system to work. Because the problem has been the political will that is required for these things to work. Auditors will be free to do their work, Katama, if there's a political will, they got the backing of the political administration. They feel safe, they feel independent, they do their work. I mean, think about it yourself. All the people who are doing these audits and investigations, they're the same people who were there under the past administration. What has changed then that is not happening now? Look at the RIA road. That road took years. It was basically a political bid to give an impression that you're doing something. The same road, the same contractor, but just 6 months on. You're in the country, drive on that road and see the progress that has been made. Somebody will be asking, but what has changed? You're not the same contractor? You're not the same road? You're not the same people who are not performing? How come they're performing? The fish gets rotting from the head. You got a government that is responsive, that want to see things happening. All of our interventions are said, look, you're driving around Monrovia, you must say, yeah. Look at the roads. Sometimes when you reach, you got to go take out hot water to cool yourself. Meanwhile, we have bad road medicine yet. Meanwhile, we have that medicine. We are to ensure that all the roads that are not passable, right in Monrovia, that they will all be fully rehabilitated as the dry season comes on. Meanwhile, don't forget, at no point we're trying to claim a lot of glory about the construction work that was taking place for the Southeast with the pavement. Of course, we started that from the early administration through the African Development Bank. The projects are on, they are continuing. The Chinese government is committed and is on record to say, based on our engagement, they will rebirth the Coastal Highway project. Last Friday, I had a dinner with the ambassador. He re-emphasized that project is something that they're interested in doing. I'll give you this other information.
Thank you, Chairman.
Send information. We are about to go to China to attend FOCA. The ambassador of China here was an envoy and went to President Bouaka. You are going to China for FOCA. Meanwhile, on the sideline, you will have bilateral with the president of the People's Republic. I have come to ask you, what do you want? The same people who abandoned 5.5 million project at EOBC yesterday, asking the country, what do you want? Because we are engaging. Our international image has been restored. That's why the president is so busy, because who doesn't want to deal with him now? Going to Indonesia, going to China, going to America. He's engaged. The country is one more respected among the community of nations. That's what leaders want, that's what countries need. And those progress have been made. Right? I mean, it's unfortunate that you brought this question at the end of the show, Katana. I know next time we'll come by and we'll have much more deeper conversation and we'll talk more about that. But I wanted to close with these lines. Government has set responsibilities. Key among them is to protect lives and property. So this government is prepared to protect the lives and property of everyone within our borders. We will protect investors and their institutions. We will do that. But we are also very determined, irrespective of what happened, to ensure that we get this country free of illicit drugs, because that's a threat to the stability of the country. No amount of tactics, no draconian and gangster intervention will undermine the government resolve to ensure that this whole question about drug is taken head on, because it's a national security concern. That's all I could say for now. We are the JMB train is moving. We came on the mantra of rescue. People are afraid that we should not succeed because they believe that then it gives them the chance to have relevance politically. I think that should not be the case. When a group of people come to power, we should hope that they move the needle from one point to another, so that when we take over, we are not starting from zero. And apparently, the new culture in Liberia is because I have political interest. I only think that my political interest is secure and safe if I crave for the one in power now to fail. And if there are indications that they are not failing, I must do unorthodox things to help them to fail. That will not succeed because we are poised, committed, and determined to change our country. And you know, it's good as Stanton met the other. I know I was listening to the show before we come and he was saying all of the things, and he was not making up anything.
Pierre, we need to know what the discussion between Stanton and the man. We need to know the discussion between the president and Stanton. We're not allowed it to be secret. We organize a massive.
I've been briefed adequately, so I'm aware. On the other those Stanton, thank you. I'm always glad to be here.
No, Pierre. I'm told that the president made an offer to Stanton. As information minister, he cannot deprive of other information.
Stanton does not need offer from anybody. I mean, you know.
I mean, you don't know what the offer is. Just lead the team, my man. We got information on him.
I ain't need offer from anybody. The man is a man who got Liberia at heart. He's king. Look, that's
why should they be having secret meeting and the man they call the man his president, and he doesn't say our president. And information minister, he said here, he said nothing.
Katamba, sometimes that's why when I sit down in a corner and I watch the spoon or talk at times, and I see some of the plenty shouting and moving around that Stanton does, it'll move me. Absolutely not, because I realize the intent is not bad. Everybody want to see.
Because now the Papa song, he can just be doing all the fire there. The Papa song. The Polar understand the bill. They know that Papa song, they get quiet in there. They in the day, they get wasted on them, they get open fire.
If there are people who understand Stanton well, I can say I'm one of them. That's why I'm not moved by what he does. Absolutely, I'm not.
For the man said, I got a document. We got all the information. The document I got in my hand. I'm tapping the room.
Right? You're not believing. People come to me and say, let's start giving that relevant, don't go to the show. I said, no, when I prepare, I decided to go. I said, I will come.
But Pierre, you train for the team. Pierre, you're all political playing again. So the other men, they get new to the team, they're afraid to come.
I gave you this example before I leave. When Pedro came on the stage, fiery guy, he doesn't listen to anybody. He does a show, he's talking. When he call you, want to talk for the government, he cut you off. He blasting. So everybody said, nobody will go on that man's show. Nobody will edit. So one day I woke up, I said, I want to cost that show. The other people in the communication sector went to the president, the former president, said, they may want to enable this man. We said nobody should go there. You know, someone. And I said, yes, I said, I want to go. And it was about, towards what end? You don't even have a conversation. The man will cut you off. Anything you say, even people call to do. I said, that's not true. Probably because we're not going there. That's why it's like that. So you're giving me a chance to go. And I hope Costa is listening. My brother. I went there. But I went with a caveat that if there were consequences, I should be prepared for it. And I said I will go. That day, Costa had one of the best talk show presentations with the press secretary as his guest. Beautiful conversation. Including right up who you are, call us. Oh, come on, get from my phone. They will call you, getting time to learn. At the end of the day, there was a realization that the conversation was good. And so a conclusion was made by the former president then. And you know how bamboozled the guy was against the former president. But she realized one thing, that our failure to engage with people when they're going wild, when they're going raw, is a lesson for them to do more of that. But the resolve to engage can sometimes change course. And therefore, from that point forward, I was given the respect and authorization to, from time to time, if I deem necessary, to get engaged using his outlets. And it's the same approach I bring here. Yeah, this man get very be announcing all kind of things, reading something and where it coming from heaven or hell, nobody knows. Will you stay away because of that? It was good being here.
All the text messages I've been reading from the Sunday chat room, everything, right?
and I part of your work. So thank you. I thank you for this personally by you and my brother Katamba. It's a pleasure. This thing is called media. It's a profession, and it's good that even though you're not journalists, you try to respect the basic ethics and the standards that have been set for people who run media institutions. It's a pleasure, and I'll always be around. Thank you.
Chair Limit, Pierre, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism, Republic of Liberia, we want to say thank you. As always, you're welcome. It's good having you. Be safe, my brother. Thanks. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the voice of the Minister, Jeremy Pierre. We want to say we're going to do post-analysis. I like to put this up from Martin Corley of the Variety newspaper. As you can see, NBC deputy boss bulk court issue rate of arrest, digital empowerment.
Bill Clinton Kamara. Is that Bill Clinton Kamara?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's Bill Clinton Kamara. I'm going to see if I can bring him on that he can explain himself more. I know he's the young guy from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. As you can see, the young part over here, I don't know if you guys can see the Chief Justice open investigation.
Can you explain this?
I
can you explain this?
No, I can't do that now because I didn't.
That's all right. Just read it. Just read it.
The World Bank again. Acting Minister said to make that payment already to the World Bank. Over 2,000 U.S. students set to graduate. Then go CBL reflect Portuguese national U.S. 10 million claim. Again, these are all the stories you can find in the newspaper. Very beautiful, informative newspaper. Please be part of it. Now, as we said before, we're going to include our little quiz corner on that paper. You buy it for $40 LD. You can win yourself 1,000, 2,000, 1,005 Liberty. Okay, it's coming. Once you answer the question, you can win yourself some money. All right. We want to say we still get the $500 from the Fulani. They appeared yesterday. They gave us 500 USD. We got a fun time. I've asked Nelson them to take calls that you can win yourself some money. 500. We must spend them all live here. God can bless anybody who put out on there. Katema, a beautiful show. We couldn't bring in a charismatic great today because I do believe right now it's 10:25. It was going to be so late. We started the program late with Jeremy Pierre, but we received a lot today. Let's do our post analysis. First, you, Katema and Kev Hassan.
Yeah, let Kev start.
Kev, go ahead. You have 2 minutes, Kev.
Well, I think the information minister appearance was a disaster.
You gotta come close to your microphone, Kev. You far from the mic.
Yeah, I think the appearance was a disaster. You see, when you're information minister and you come and decide, I don't want to take questions because I don't like the way you ask me question or you say something about me. Every single day he on his pulpit and saying things about people. You see, that's the country we're going to have for the next 6 years. Folks will tell you, you cannot talk to me, you cannot say this to me, but I will say this to you. I will repeat this. The Constitution of Liberia is no more. No guys are ruling by decree. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. We have CDC official on and on this program, on the regular Spoon Talk, McGill and other folks asking all kind of questions. They went to war with McGill. McGill still answer the questions. Has to tell you the tolerant level of those guys, the arrogant, the way they behave. Go back, folks. You can go back on Spoon Show a couple of weeks ago and see McGill with folks who attacked McGill and said things. They call McGill names. They call him a thief. They call him a rogue. They call him names. But you're a government official, you should take it. The Unity Party people, every day they insult me. They get in my inbox. They insult me every day. You don't take it. So
they like you, Kev. I think they like you. I think they like you.
I think the limit PF is poor. And I will say this to you. To be honest with you guys, I think the president made a mistake to put him there. I think Fagon would be a better choice there.
I mean, you really kept him for Fagon now.
No, because I think Fagon will be a better choice than Limit Pierre. Because
so Senna will be trying to Senna already distracted.
I don't have any information. Tell me what we do here.
I'm not distracted. Thank you. Let me engage. Let me engage. Let me do this. Let me do this. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's start this. We need to come on the show with an open mind. Whether you answer my question, you answer my question. We do a follow-up 1 or 2 times, and we'll move on. And I do believe, whether it's on the 101 or the Bigger Spoon Talk or anywhere, that's how it should be. I was watching CNN. You know, it's politics is in here. They asked J.D. Vance, your boy, getting back from Donald Trump. You talk about cat lady. The squeeze on that
lady with no kid.
The message I can talk about goat lady, sheep lady, what I mean. Your interpretation is not my interpretation. They follow up. The man said, listen, I'm saying cat lady, dog lady, goat lady, what are you trying to say? And you know why? They move on. The people got the message. So I think that we will come over here with sedition, with people from the ruling party. We just got to ask the question, Ketema. And, you know, that's my own take here. We got to ask the question and let the people see them answer. And I appreciate Jeremy Pierre tonight. I want to go first before you, Ketema. I do. I'm very, very hungry, but I'm going to do as we'll bring in your dear friend from Minnesota, Ketema Fadiga.
Well, where's my boy Mame?
Mame, as he said, Mame is babysitting. He's babysitting. His daughter is crying too much because he can leave her and come on the show today. The lady said no. So
I'm picking that 4K. You get Bonnie.
I know about 1, but you got 2 in Minnesota. He's saying that you got
no, but Fadiga told me they got 4. And the Fadiga information I'm doing to
in Minnesota that he's not sure of. But I
don't put me in your too.
But I was saying, I appreciate Jeremy Pierre tonight. I think he was being fair, right? If you see some Minnesota try to play game, you know, yes, indeed, he represents the government. You expect him to give it some spin. But most of the major issues is Stanton. This is how much I know about the LDA situation called the ORC. He said, Stanton, I can tell you about the $8 million that went to the bank, but I guarantee you, we're trying to bring in some more. He been fair to the issue, Ketem. I give it to him. Now, of course, he's a government minister representing the talking point of the government. What are you? I cannot beat it on you and say, my man, you lying. No, I cannot. I asked him who all the government reached out to, because I knew they reached out to Nathaniel Fallow McGill. I knew they reached out to the president. I knew Prince Johnson was called, Prince C. Johnson, NSA. I knew Kofi Woods, the National Security Director, was called. I knew that people, the Justice Minister out of the country, but he was called. Gregory Coma out of the country, but he was called. I know because this is Spoon, and I know. But let me say, my man, listen. I attended the meeting, but I'm sure if these things happen, I am not briefed on it. Fair. He didn't deny it. I mean, it was a unique show. I really do enjoy the presence of Jerry Pierre. And I hope we can have a show, take away part with the party scene, and that man party, and I hope we can have a fair show. I really enjoyed Jerry Pierre today. I read it, Jim. He really answered. And what he didn't know, I'll come back and let you guys know. You can get more to that. And that's my take, Abdullah. That's my take. I really do. I really appreciate your limit tonight.
So first of all, let me say this.
One second.
No. Okay, go ahead, Kev. Go ahead.
The only thing I'm waiting for is when Central will invite him for him to go to the Wawa. That's the only thing left. You say Jeremy, that's Jeremy there. But
let me talk about. Kev, you're not fair to Central. Central get opinion. You're not saying my Kev opinion. Central not saying my Kev opinion.
Ketema, I can answer Kev. Yes, Kev mistake. Ketema, yes, Kev mistake. Hold on. Kev, listen, hold on now. Yes, your mistake.
My man, listen to me. No, stand away. Kev, anytime you call Stanton, you Stanton talking, me Stanton talking all day. You are to the Wawa again. You are in a car or in the food. Every time you talk to the guy to the Wawa, what kind of man is so?
Yeah, Wawa 10 years ago, that Wawa.
Let me say this.
You take it to Wawa. Yes, sir. He offered to the Papi to the Wawa because Papi will catch you a flight.
Yeah, I agree with you, but yes, in USA, you came to me, I took you to the Wawa. Don't forget about that. But let me say this to you. Yes, your mistake.
Did you take a closing argument to the Wawa?
But I would say this to this guy. Yeah, I took all of them to the Wawa. They all go to Wawa. That was a meeting spot. You know that, Kev. That was a meeting spot.
When they finally got better food to be, you told them to the Wawa. You got the left food, but the two guys left food.
Oh, in Florida. They don't go to the Wawa.
No, we're in Florida. No, bueno. Winter. Some restaurant, some Asian looking restaurant.
Let's go to post analysis. No,
but let me say something now. Kevin.
No, you too late. My man, where you too late? We're talking for you too late. Yeah, wait.
Let me put it right quick. I do believe that Kev, you have a greater opportunity here. Use it wisely. And I will say this openly. You have a greater opportunity that you can engage with certain ruling party ministers, directors, and members of the high rankers. You do. Use it wisely. But once you put up that CBC hat and allow yourself to be angry, you shift the conversation and make it personal. My closing argument today that I would say, I would take the time to ask my question, and the Liberian people should decide how they answer and how they really choose not to answer. And then we'll have a beautiful show. I will encourage everyone. Come on, let's have a talk. This is the Spoon Talk. If you see somebody give me this camera, long time ago, and remind me, this sister will give me this stuff. I appreciate that person. They said they would not put the name on it, so I really don't even know that individual name. But it said
nice though, nice.
Dishing out Liberia best. And again, this is who we are. We will not beat on anybody, but we believe that the people will get the message. I'm done, Ketema. Thank you for a wonderful show, folks.
Give me your time.
Yeah, no, Kev, don't do that. I gave you too many times to give. Don't do that. You're not fair to me. So, Stanton, first of all, I think it was a beautiful show. I do, however, think that the tension between Kev and Jeremiah Pierre was good for the show. They're show based. We need tension. Tension is healthy. Tension bring up because Kev went on the minister's skin to some extent. Of course, I got caught up, but it was testing the minister's capacity because this is what you're going to be facing in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months. This country will have a public relations storm, and this minister will be tested. He will be pushed. He will be cornered. He will be besieged. So I think Jeremiah Pierre did a wonderful job tonight. I'll be honest with you. Most of the ministers are afraid to come on the show. I know trying to be defensive and evasive at some point, like he said, he has been Meister, he Minister of Information, he has been Meister. But look, one of the things that I think the challenges they are facing is 2 new central, one car in the ministry that's supposed to be the front line dispenser of information, providing information for people to consume in this country. Do you know that it was a massive public information campaign that defeated Joia? They did not have, like, they were not effective with public relations. They had a public relation disaster from start to end. And this government going to have a massive public relation challenge. And for this minister to come and build an architecture and a system and a network to begin to leverage all the goodwill. And the only issue I had with him was the issue of Jetty, because I think there's issue of conflict of interest situation that I don't think that I would have said that if I were him. I would not say that publicly. The way, because it raises a lot of questions about the amount of giving to a government official, whether to a ministry and all of that kind of thing. When I thought Kev was executing a plan, but he too got caught up in the fight. But Kev was executing a very precise and a dangerous plan. And the minister apparently picked it up. And so, but still, it was a good show, was a wonderful show. And I like the fact that, look, this minister is more available, more ready to engage than 90% of those in power. And that is the good thing. He has a great team. He has a great team at the Ministry of Information. The Chief of Staff, Ansu Collins, is a wonderful option. I mean, they had a beautiful team, but they've had some public relation gaps and challenges that they need to close. The whole public relation architecture, their network, information, Lina, MICAT, and that whole thing need to do some synchronization, alignment, and some coherent messaging that are helpful. But overall, I think the idea that Spoon can get in hard and should not come was a powerful presence. And one thing we also miss, that we must demand for a one-on-one show that strengthens the discussion between him and JMB, because we're hearing all kind of things. We need to understand the discussion between Stanton and JMB that took place. There were breaking news from them, and we've been deprived of that breaking news. There are a lot more pictures than Stanton released to the public. We see 8 or 9 different pictures in different situations, and I think, Kev, that is the point you're supposed to hear Stanton on. When you see, that is one picture. We got 9 different pictures, we are told. And those pictures must be released to the public. The public has the right to know what happened, and Fadiga is here to highlight that point as well. Fadiga, go to you.
I will not highlight that point. Stanton will come in with all other one. Now your business. You're late to mind your business.
So you have to betray alcohol. So you betray alcohol.
My man, I'm here to attack Kev. Let me tell you something. Let me start my post analysis with Kev.
No, you can't attack Kev.
Kev missed a lot of golden opportunity, and that is like it. He has an opportunity to engage with the ruling party right now and propose a lot of good ideas and ask a lot of questions. But apparently he doesn't come with his own mind. He seems to be like a baby that is being spoon-fed with a lot of, I would say, gobbledygook, to the point that he comes all combative. He comes all like he want to fight. He comes all with this whole party sentiment to the point that he barely asks any question. He strive on the low petty, CDC accusation. So he doesn't come on authentic. Hold on now. The man never ask questions. I barely see him ask questions. He go around making a lot of most statement and accusation. And I will tell you, you try that against Minister Pierre, you will lose. Because one of the things that I've learned dealing with Minister Pierre, talking one-on-one with him, is he's very composed. He's not someone And I think it comes with experience. He's not someone that is easy to move or jittery. No matter how bad the situation is, he always calm, and that is something you need from an information minister. Not someone that will move with bad news, that will make a rash decision. He's calm, he's collective, and those kind of person. Even if you throw punches at them, they can deflect it with swift counter punch, because and that's what I saw him doing to my good friend Kev today. So Kev never had a chance to lay any punch. He was making point, he was actually crying like a little toddler through all the show, and you could see from the comments section. So I would say come with a good point. The guys are feeding with information, the garbage from the real information, try to be at least truthful, and then you might get one or two things. So I thought Pierre did a phenomenal job today, and we need more of these discussion. We need more. I hope he's appearing. But then you said something again about the government PR. Look, it's going to get worse. A lot of misinformation, a lot of sabotage, and these guys in their mind, they believe that they lost the election because of the massive media campaign we ran against them. But media campaign, no matter how massive it is, it only strive when there is some truth to it. Even if there is 20 to 30% truth to it, they gave us the ammunition to attack them because they were not doing the right thing. They came to power and they chose to not do the right thing. They chose to be deceptive, and the Liberian people can see right through it. And that is what happened. Hey, if you're doing the right thing, look, you can run all the propaganda you want. And I think Pierre told me, the Pierre said, buddy, guys, let me tell you something. People can run all the propaganda you want. We just need to do the right thing. He said, well, as long as we are doing the right thing, all those things will be nothing. You cannot lie your way out of this thing.
Stop reading my mind. Fadiga, your job is to defend the government.
If you're not talking, the feedback can be granted.
Okay. Fadiga, your job is to defend the government. Kev's job is to attack the government. So Kev is doing his job. You are doing your job.
Why are you trying to whining like a little baby? He's whining. Y'all see this? You get his statement, question. You know the difference between statement and question?
Fadiga, let me tell you.
Look at Kev looking older than before. Stanton tell me in less than 2 weeks I saw my friend Kev. Look at Kev. Kev looking older than everybody on the show.
That's my
Kev, what is going on? Are you not getting the $20,000 anymore?
But Fadiga, how you concerned by men like that, man? You didn't say something about the men now. Say something now. Say something about the men now.
Because we were told that the men were getting the 20,000.
Okay.
Okay, send them.
Is this a difference?
Let me answer him quick. Yeah,
go ahead. Want to go to something quick. Want to look at the point by point analysis of the minister.
Let me tell you this. One thing you should learn, you should know your opponent. You should know your opponent. When you listen to Pierre, all he do is to attack and send out red meat and just attack. If you listen to the show, the first thing he said to me when I asked him question, when I tried to follow up, he said, I should keep quiet. He said, you should keep quiet. Let me talk. He went on the offensive. So I said, okay, he bringing it. So he started, he said,
guy as well.
So he bringing it. I said, oh, okay. So let's rock it. So because of that, so I knew, but let me tell you this. He said something to Stanton. He said, this is why I was telling you behind the scene. Tells me that he had a discussion, that he was coming for me. So he was coming. I know them. I know those guys. Let me tell you, I've been engaging those guys for long, for over almost 3-4 years now. So I know them. The reason he said he will not answer my question reminds me what Darrell Dillon said, because he know he will not answer my question because he don't have the answer for my question. He should be a big boy and say, let's go, let's talk. You bring your question, I will answer it. You don't run away. Well, he ran away. Information Minister of the Republic of Liberia ran away today from answering the question. You don't. We have seen the throwing shoes at president, and he still answer question on the pulpit. We saw it. Internationally, they took shoes and they throw it at president. So one thing, you see, Ketamba just told you. All you do is you say, oh, he composed, he's there, because that's what you see. That's what your mind tell you. That's what your brain is telling you. He composed. But we on the other side, we're seeing somebody who will sit down and tell Natal Magay, you don't speak. You're not supposed to speak. You were on the show where you guys attacked Natal Magay. Magay were on the show. Magay and Musa, you attacked them, but it stood the ground. They didn't run away. They didn't say, I'm not going to answer your question. But because I call him Baghdad Bob, and the reason I call him Baghdad Bob, because Baghdad Bob was your soil. He was there dishing out misinformation. Why the Allied troops were taking Baghdad?
Yeah, but Kev.
So he gave me a misinformation.
Yeah, let me do my closing, Ketema. Ketema, let me do my closing.
Oh, stand on. So why do you closing for? Would you analysis of the minister now?
Yeah, let me come in real quick, Ketema. You're right.
Before you come in, stand on.
Let me just finish 10 seconds.
Yeah, but Kevin, you talking about the man too much. There's no room over. You talking about the man too much.
Yeah.
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Let me interrupt you, please. For the respect of our program, and I will say this to you. If you can only ask the question and let the people decide, it will help the program and it will help those that are listening. We don't have to call names. We do not. The Minister of Information, Jeremy Pierre, is no Baghdad Bob. We don't have to call names. Again, this is an opportunity for all, in position, no position, opposition. Come, let's just have a concrete, sound debate without calling names. But if we get into our partisan feelings and feel that we must call name and denigrate and say something, I don't think it's unique. And so I really appreciate that you're on the one-on-one with the CEO. But let's just go on ourselves accordingly. Let's discuss the issue. Let's ask the hard question. And then people will decide. If that guest is telling the truth or the guest is lying, you ask a question. He gave you his fair answer. You say the answer is not unique. So therefore, he's a Baghdad Bob. No, it doesn't make him a Baghdad Bob. He gave you his fair answer. So Ketema, you want us to analyze this thing? I'm going to analyze it like this. I do believe, from my point.
Let's send them before you go. I want to ask you a question, and we'll play role reversal now. Let's look at his response to the incident at CDC headquarters. How would you rate that? And his closing was better than all the other presentation. Actually, the closing was masterful. Was very effective communication, very effective packaging.
You want to talk about the situation.
Yes, tell me about all the issues you responded to. What is your take on it? Because you actually opened up the CDC stuff. So I think it
was honest. I think Joe Lima was honest when he talked about the CDC headquarters. What he didn't know, he asked us to call the OIC. As much as we champion that. He asked, he said, "Yo, please," he kept on asking, said, "Call the OIC." He wanted to talk. Because with limited information and ongoing investigation, Jeremy Pierre did the right thing and said, "Ask the OIC, let him be on record."
I'm not throwing a cross for him.
Yeah,
I agree with Stanton.
Well, let's send him finish.
I agree with Stanton.
Let's send him finish.
I want to bring in the Atlanta and the situation for in the country. I do believe I expect Jeremy Pierre to be very forceful on that. Because you know what, Kev and Fadiga, that's not a good image. It's bad.
Investment image. Yes.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
Don't Korean coming. But this thing happened before the Korean. Jeremy Pierre said, look, I can enjoy the people still can know. We are looking at the everyday situation. The people can make promises. I heard about the Korean coming, the other group coming, trust me, for the water and soil, the electricity, everything. Good. We pray it's happening. We pray people get jobs. But I think Jeremy on that path, he should be very forceful. Now the president is back in the country. And I do believe, and I will say this, I do believe that the president will make a decision on LDEA this week, by God's grace.
I mean, you got information from that meeting. You got information from the meeting with the president.
Forget about the meeting. I'll stay stand on. I do believe the president will make a decision. Right? Ketema, you know why? Because now the opposition will say, well, because the president delayed this thing happening for LDA. No. The president have crossed all his... Let me finish. Let me finish.
Sorry, go ahead.
He has dotted all his I's. He coming with a profound decision that will actually help the situation we are faced with at DEA. Seriously, Peter is officer in charge. He limited to certain things. President Joseph Yima Bwaka knows that. So he's back in the country. This is to his heart. He made this drugs issue a number one. War on drugs, number one. It is him. Under this leadership, he will be on record to say it's not 100%, but he have done more to eradicate drugs from our country than any previous president. So I think the president will make a sound decision. The president will address the country in any way, in any shape, in any form to make a decision. But can we go back and lastly, 30 seconds.
No, go ahead. Send go ahead. Flow.
The LDA go by again around how you call it place, CDC headquarters again, to take the candles from there? Or will they change their tactics? Will they set up
buffers? That's the point. Can they use a different tactic? Yeah.
Pierre to speak to. You get what I'm saying? That's what Pierre to speak to. But maybe he has some limitation not to tell us everything from the meeting. So I mean, I rest on this issue, Ketema, with the CDC headquarters.
Okay. Here's what I'll say quickly, and then we'll segue to Fadiga. First of all, Stanton, I think you when you introduce that investment versus the images from Liberia, was a very powerful moment for them, because what they did was that the headlines are already gone, and they need attention to that. The question is should prompt them to pay attention. If you look at a series of violent incidents in recent time, and I think it was it was critical. The other aspect, and you kept emphasizing that, which is generally, in fact, your entire panel on the week. Look, the LDA thing is shocking to me. It says a lot about the judgment of the executive branch. I'll be honest with you. The answer they're looking for is not under the sea that they got to go do a deep sea exploration to get evidence. The answer they're looking for about LDA is not in China. It's not in Russia. It's not in Ukraine. Everything they need right in Monrovia. Why is they taking this long stint to produce something? They not get diamond under the sea that they need a machine from Germany.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes, go ahead.
I know Kev want to come in and Fadiga. Let me say this, and let me speak to Liberians who are abroad. The decision of the president to hold on, cross all his T and dot his I is unique. It's supreme. I know what I know, Ketema. The president cannot make a decision and come back that will avoid him. And all Liberians should understand this. I can say this today with affirmative. The decision of Joseph Yima Bwaka to come up with an announcement at this time of that which is to come, I think the president deserves all the necessary game on time to listen. The investigation that will have limitation only to the Justice Ministry. The investigation had plus and minuses. It came on an international base, international broad base, Ketema, that they had to reach across the ocean. So for Joseph Yima Bwaka, the president of the Republic of Liberia, to hold on to that decision and say, yes, the decision would be made at his given time, it is unique. It is supreme.
Okay, sit down.
To come up with an appointment.
And
I think that is unique.
Senator, I fundamentally disagree with you. And since you're meeting with the president, your voice has changed. Since you're meeting with the president, series of meetings, your position has completely gone on a massive search and since that meeting has caused damage to the one-on-one show, and we are involving our own investigation, internal investigation, and I'm causing Hassan Fadiga, a security expert, to launch an independent.
You bad.
No, but still though, I agree with you. Let's get the person the benefit of the doubt. I mean, he didn't do what he got to do. I trust his judgment on this matter. But here's what I'll say. Still though, on the issue, Peter reviewed something that there were some missteps in the execution of their plan.
Yes.
There were some missteps. And this is why you say they need to change their strategy, because the CDC will be around. The CDC will have the seamen. The CDC will have the feeling besieged on an attack. So they need to change their strategy. There were some missteps. That does not justify incitement of violence by any group against police or anything, but there were some missteps. And they need to be very, very careful. This country has all the triggers for escalation of violence. They have to be careful, because this president wants to move this country for the next step. They guys should not be in the way. And I think this is very, very important. They need to change strategy. They need to change strategy. You know the ghetto that is close to CDC headquarters. In a ordinary ghetto right there. You know that it could lead to tension. You just saw recently, Stanton, CDC men were pulled down from MCC, from other places, and then it is happy. Their timing was not wise, was not strategic. So I think they need to rethink and re-strategize. You can still achieve the same thing using different methods. But the way I see them, they're not careful, they will embarrass the old man. They will embarrass the old man and put the old man on the defensive. And apparently that is why President Baka did not speak to the nature of the issue. But they need to be careful. They need to change strategy. That is my thought. I thought that Pierre did well. I think Kev will do a job. Kev by calling Pierre back that, but was to get on Pierre and disorganize Pierre and get Pierre off balance. It's a rhetorical strategy. So, but I think that Kev went too far. About that Kev, nobody can control Kev. Kev can attack people that you're not even expecting. Kev no attack. It's just you don't know when it coming, what time it coming, and you just go boom, boom, boom. So Fadiga, will give it to you. Fadiga, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you for coming. We gotta go, bro.
You guys maybe to lose my train of thought. But let me say this. I said this a couple of months ago. No, I don't think you're nobody. The thing is, sometimes guests can just be already rude to some of the guests. There's a difference between asking a hard question and being rude to the guests. Sometimes the way you treat the guests is just, and they have all right to say they will answer or not answer. But let me get to what Stanton is saying. I agree with Stanton. I think I've said it most of the time on the show that the president was sitting.
Don't talk about LDO case. You got conflict interest. Lead that case. You got conflict
no,
interest.
I'm not going to say anything. The issue about PR statement. Look, I like PR is as honest as possible. Cohen is spin master, but one thing he does is he tries to be as truthful as possible. In media and in diplomacy, you don't want to veer far from the truth. That's where the whole Bob came from. If he doesn't know something, he defer you to people that know, and they will come here and speak for themselves. Look, the situation at the CDC headquarters, I have my own opinion. I think I stated in the chat room, and I agree with Kiatama. That particular place is a very delicate situation. It's not that we're giving CDC extra power or that place is some sacred area. The DEA and the Liberian National Police can go anywhere. They are allowed to go in if they have reason to be there. They are allowed to go there. So nobody should make it look like, oh, there is some place that's so sacred that people can go. But looking at this politically charged country, you have to be very. You have to look at it, look out, dot your I, cross your T, and make sure that you're going to be successful. Because people will politicize it, whether they do it done the right way or the wrong way. So I think when I listen to Chris, yeah, he tried to defend it. He was not as definite as I would like him to be, but he made some good points. You know, the bottom line here is there is nowhere here that is free from raid or that the DA cannot go. And as a law enforcement officer, it is their statutory duty to enforce our drug law. So people should understand that. Whether there was some error, nowhere is foolproof. The DA, like any other, even the US, there are errors sometimes. But what is important is that they acknowledge that mistakes were made, and then they will find ways to correct it. And I think that's what Peter did to. So we may not have gotten what he wanted to say, but he said one thing that I want us to take from there, that we are going to review it, and if there's any corrective measure, we'll correct it. I think that is sincere as you can get it. So this government has instituted another new thing that we are seeing, truth-telling. We're not already lying. We're not already just making up stories. Hey, you know, people die, you say, oh, go get CCTV camera. Hey, you know, or that two boyfriend. No, we are getting to the bottom of things, and I think the public will agree with us. You know, the public will back us versus just already lying. I'll send it back to you, Kiatama.
Thank you, Kev.
Okay, Kev. All eyes on you, Kev. All eyes on you.
Let me say this. Let me say this, guys. If I'm going to take my grandfather to the nursing home, and when I'm doing my case study, and it's an acting director of nursing, been there for long, I tend to worry. Listen, if you look at the formation of this government, LDA and the finance ministry is a very two important area. Acting tells me that the JMB is not serious at all. It's not serious at all. Acting. You keep an acting finance minister, acting LDA. Let me tell you this. When this case started, I text Fadiga. I say, I'm on your brother's side. I say, I want your brother to be there. But when I review the evidence, this is no brainer. I think AB should remain there, because this entire fight was orchestrated by Hassan Fadiga. This is no brainer for the Pape. Why are you wasting time? Tells me he's not serious. Because when he started, Fadiga right there, he got the text. I'm telling you,
they kept guy. I swear to God, they kept guy.
When I review the evidence, listen to the tape. I get on my phone. AB.
So what did you review?
AB, the whole tape. You listen to that tape. AB should be there. I don't like it. AB. I think AB play games with the LDA, but let's say the fact. The fact is the fact. This is no brainer. The Pape should just listen to that tape and fire Hassan Fadiga and say go. It's simple. Yes, he should be fired. He should not be there. Go in there and attack. Come on now, man. Come on. So why? Let me tell you, the reason that JMB wasting time, not because he's thinking, because the evidence is overwhelming. It's there, it's clear. The reason is JMB is not serious. He's not serious. That's all. So it's a place that it should be, finished with. Let me move on to Mr. Information Minister. I think he came here, and the reason And again, the reason when we call, I was not calling him names. I would just refer to something that happened in history, you know, that we all know about for misinformation, and he fit in that category. So by anyway, you know, he fit in there. So I don't think he gave us any information today. On the serious note, there's nothing. I know my brother Stanton, you know, he visited the Pape yesterday, and the Pape very good at conjure people. He conjure him, put him down, put him in the room, say, my son, sit down on the bed. You getting hard on me, and blah blah blah. Stanton, you know, and when I saw the picture, I say, God, Stanton, who holding the government feet to fire and bringing out failure of this government, speaking for the people, the $20 million shifting, the $20 million road, dusty road. Stanton get upset on dusty road. This man from the southeast.
I mean, you got limited time though.
This man, my man, let me close now. Listen to you. This man from the Stanton from the southeast, with a line on his road, he got angry. He brought up. He showed documents, authentic document to show that the government and the Pape saw it and called him. He was on the show trying to talk for our brothers and sisters, the Fulanis. Pape said, come here. And you know what happened in there? We got people right there. You know what happened? Pape called him in his room, and nobody was in that room.
Only two of them. We got an info. Only two of them.
And
for 2 hours.
And you know how I know? Okay, somebody, you were there. We went like Pape, they didn't call the man in the room.
Yeah, but when that, the Pape called the man in the room again.
We're not there. What happened? I go upstairs. I left. I went in the car. I see my man. I didn't see how for.
But Ken, he also got a brown bag. They say anybody with brown leather bag. You know what brown leather bag mean?
The man went in the room. That brown bag. He man put that bag here. He went in the room. Hey, but man, time to go. Stand. Let go. But man, see you go. Pape,
you're not going, man.
But man, let me say one thing. Y'all give me 2 seconds, man. 2 seconds. Let me say this. In the last few days, Kev and Isaac and a lot of this CD shit in their mind. Let me tell you that strategy, right? President Bweka will fire his brother, then they will join the opposition. Let me tell you something. Whatever the outcome of LDA, and not joining CDC, and not joining no one of you. In fact, CDC the only opposition that passing around right now. So if that your strategy, it will not work. No matter the outcome of LDA. I'm not joining you. So if that your strategy, it will not work.
You were like brother to talk to Samuel Tue, to talk to McGill, to talk to Carrasco. We won't take you. That now we won't take you. No.
I don't talk with a runaway person, a man, a fugitive from justice.
You were like
I don't talk to a fugitive from justice.
On the man page, you will see him there. He went like Bira. He met Sir Joseph. Man, everybody talk. We won't take you. That now we won't take you. And that time you have voice who. And that time you have voice, and now you get voice who won't take you. The Pape said not even taking you.
What kind of voice? You in power again? What I need for you? So like your strategy, now the strategy there, they will not work. Now which one thinking? JMB will make a sound decision.
I agree. So the main strategy is that for example, take your brother bike, then you join it. And the strategy.
No, the man said without in power.
They are joining. Now what? As you can say, he doesn't say what the job planet.
So who in power now? That where you can go.
Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this was a wonderful show. We had an amazing show. We thank the audience. We thank the main host, the Sustainable Waterspoon, Al Hussein Fadiga, and Kev. There's a beauty of the show. Next Sunday, we're gonna do something big. We're gonna have the guests. We got limited time for the guests.
I'm trying to follow Miguel on how you call him, or how you called him, former representative at Caris Gray. But we have already.
Yeah, my man.
Follow Miguel.
You're like, my man. You can be. It's not CDC show back. Get me bringing some CDC on the show center. You still got a CDC relationship going on. We're not had it to influence our show. They kept men brought you to be influencing you. They're bringing CDC. I can't agree. When I hear for I want balance the show back. One other people voicing my man.
Party, they didn't complain. You sound exactly.
The man sounding that one grumpy old man now.
You sound exactly what the papi told him last night. My man,
starting to sound like a grumpy old man.
But guys, it was a good show. Thank you very much. Good night, Kefiko, Fadiga.
Good night.
We'll talk. We'll be back tomorrow. It will be powerful. Everyone will be on set. We want to say, may God bless you. May God keep you. Have a good evening. Thanks. All right, Nelson. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay. So are we doing the stuff anyway?
Yeah, do it, please. No, just go ahead and do it, and let me know that just God can bless anybody. They're talking about the 500. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, my man, hungry. I gotta go, but you go ahead and do it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Well, folks, again, we want to say thank you for being here tonight. Let me see if I can make the adjustment here to okay. So yes, let's hope we can make the adjustment to take a few calls just before closing up on this edition of the program. So last evening we did promise that we would have a special segment where we'll take your calls and take some calls from folks out there, ask them some questions regarding the Flag Day. And of course, once you answer the questions, you will have some prizes going out. But due to time factor, we were unable to do that yesterday. So let's see if we can make adjustment to get this coming through here today. And I'm hoping that we can be able to do this. Wow, there seem to be some issues here. So folks, sorry, we'll have to end here. Hopefully we are going to make time for that tomorrow, where we will be able to take your calls and take your calls, afford you the time to win some cash, as we already have that captured. But I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. It's going to be a great edition of the program. And you can make up time to join us tomorrow on Spoon Talk. 101 has been another great program tonight. 101 with the CEO, of course, with the Information Minister, Minister Jeremy Pia, appearing here tonight, speaking to a range of national issues here. We say thanks to all of you who have been following. Let me just take 10 calls. Yes, let me make up time to take just 10 calls tonight. Just before we go, I will take 10 calls from folks out there. We're going to ask you some simple questions here tonight. All right. So we're going to ask you some simple questions here tonight. Just simple questions about I haven't opened the lines yet, and the phones are ringing from all ends. We can take just 10 calls, and then we'll be out tonight. 0555-101075. We're going to take just 10 calls. I'm going to ask you some simple questions here tonight. Once you answer the question, it's 10 USD each. You're going to be winning. All right, so let's take some calls. 0555-101075. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Mohammed. I'm calling from class.
Okay, Mohammed, go ahead. Did you go to church today?
No, I'm not a Christian, I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay. So, Mohammed, but the questions we have tonight are Bible questions, so I don't know if you're in a position to answer some of those questions.
I'm a Christian.
Okay. Hope I can have the Quranic questions as well. But hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Dennis Jr. from the Township of Louisiana, Sasta.
Okay, quickly, did you go to church today?
No.
Okay, but you want to answer a few of our questions, right?
Yes.
Okay, you want to answer a few of our questions. So let's give you the first one. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the first question here says, what is the fifth book of the Bible? The fifth book. Oh, my man, you counting? Hello? The fifth book of the Bible. My man, I want an easy question. You just want whole Aussie until you can come through with the answer. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, so let's take another person. 0555-101075. Let's see if we can take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Hello? Okay, so we'll come back here to talk to this person. Your name and where you calling from? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling from Chicostan.
Your name is?
Yancy.
Yancy?
Yeah.
Okay, Yancy, you want to attempt the questions, right?
Yes, sir.
First of all, did you go to church today?
Not really, sir. I attempted going, but later on.
Okay. So, so this is the question. How many disciples did Jesus have?
He said,
how many disciples? No, the question hasn't ended yet. How many disciples did Jesus have before his death? Immediately, as of the time he was on the cross, how many disciples did he have?
He had, at the time, it was the 3 women that were there.
No, my man, we're talking about the 3 women. The time you were on the cross, at that time, how many disciples he had in total?
He had 12.
Oh, 12? Okay, thank you very much. You missed that question. Let's take someone on this line. Let's see if we can. But why are you missing all the question in a simple question here? Hello, your name and where you calling from?
My name is. I'm calling from Pueblo Road.
No, sorry. Hold on from Pueblo Road. Hold on. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you are live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Joanna, calling from 12th Street.
Joanna calling from 12th Street. You want to answer the question tonight, Joanna?
Yeah, I want to attempt the question.
Okay, again, how many disciples did Jesus have when he was on the cross? Immediately before his death, as of the time he was being crucified, how many disciples did he have at that time?
11.
Why did you say 11? Why 11?
There were 12. Judas Iscariot and left.
Oh.
The disciples were 12.
Okay, yeah. Great. You said, what's your name?
Joanna M. Green.
Oh,
for
okay,
12th Street.
Joanna and Green. Okay, I think we have you here.
Yeah, I answer question first. I
yeah,
answer another question.
Joanna and Green. Okay,
Yeah,
Joanna, thank you very much for participating. We appreciate you. Let's take another person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Joanna got that answer right. 11.
Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Abraham P. Katwa.
Abraham P. Katwa.
Yeah, calling from 20th Street.
Okay, calling from 20th Street. Abraham, did you go to church today?
No.
Okay. You want to answer the questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the question here. Who were the three favorite disciples of Jesus?
The three?
Yeah.
John the Baptist.
John the Baptist. I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
John the Ballon too.
So you can remember the other two. But the three favorite disciples of Jesus, John the Baptist, are one.
Yeah.
So that is in John the Baptist that say he will prepare the way, or that different John the Baptist you're talking about? Or the time he finished preparing the way, then he came by, he was a disciple for Jesus too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry you missed out on that question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I mean, you just missed 10 out of that. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello? Hello, are you here? We lost that person. Let's take another one here. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where you calling from? You said? Hello?
Ato Tome calling from Sinka.
Ato Tome calling from Sinka. Okay, Ato, this is the question. I want you to name five disciples of Jesus. 5. Peter.
John. Matthew.
Philip. Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. You got that right. Please give us your name, sir.
My name is Arthur Tommy.
Arthur Tommy, right?
Yes.
Please give us your phone number, your MTN mobile money number. Arthur.
Yeah?
Your mobile money number, sir.
Yeah, my number is 0.
Yeah, Arthur, go ahead now.
Yeah, just a minute. You know, they start number right now. Just a minute.
I thought that other people on the mic taking away so because the time running out.
I get it.
0 what? Hey, Atoba.
I got you. Sumomo. God. What is
wow. So I thought you didn't get a number yet?
My number is 0555.
0555.
886, right? Sorry.
I thought when you miss the number, the money go to different person.
No, 086.
086.
025.
025.
799.
799. 0886 025 799.
Yes.
Arthur Tommy, right?
Yes.
Okay, Arthur, thank you. Congratulations. Let's take another person here. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
My name is Jonathan Joe. I'm calling from EIA.
Jonathan Joe. Jonathan, did you go to church today?
Yeah, I went to church today.
Okay, what was your takeaway from your service today?
Yeah, my takeaway to today was the main theme of the message was the Bible is the revelation of Jesus Christ. So my takeaways were anybody who wants to be a Christian must have Jesus. Without Jesus, you can be a born again Christian.
Okay.
Only Jesus.
Thank you. Okay, so you ready? You ready for the question?
Right.
Okay, so I want you to tell us in an orderly way, I want you to list the first 5 books of the Old Testament, of the New Testament, the first 5 books.
The 5 books of the New Testament are Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Matthew, Mark, Luke, John,
and Romans, right?
And Acts.
Oh, you said? Go ahead again.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Acts.
Okay.
ACTS.
Okay,
Acts.
so go ahead, give us your number quickly.
086.
Your name first. Your name.
Jonathan Joe.
Jonathan?
Joe, N-A-T-H-A-N. Jonathan Joe.
Okay, so your number quickly.
0886.
086
655.
655
404.
404.
411.
Oh,
414.
414. Okay.
Yes, 0886 655 414.
Thank you. 0555 is the number. We'll take 6 more calls and then we'll be out. Hello, your name and wait. Please, can you walk away from your radio, please? The feedback is terrible. Can you please walk away from the radio? Hello? No, sorry. We have to let you go. We take this person. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Roland, Washington.
Okay. Roland, Washington.
Yes.
Okay, so you ready for the question?
Yes, I am.
Baby Jesus was born in what?
We were born in the major in Bethlehem.
Oh. Thank you very much. Please give us a name quickly. You say?
Washington.
Jonathan Washington?
Roland PC Washington.
Roland Washington. Okay, so what's your mobile money number?
086.
Yeah.
1389.
1389.
67.
886 1389 67, right?
Yes, right.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So we'll take few questions for the online folks, for those watching online. We're gonna come in with the online questions. Let me take this person here. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Moses, calling from Cinco.
Okay, Moses calling from Cinco. It's good to have you on tonight. Did you go to church today?
No, I didn't.
Okay, you didn't go to church today. All right. So, now this question, you ready for the question, right?
Yes.
Okay. God created man in the garden and told them not to eat a particular fruit. Why? God created man in the Garden of Eden and told them not to eat a particular fruit. Why?
Yes, he told them not to eat it, and because he said the day they eat, they will know the difference between good and evil.
What's the name of that fruit?
They say the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. Thank you very much. Give us a name quickly.
Yeah, Moses Fire.
Moses Fire, right? Your number?
Yes, this is my number.
No, but please read it out because I'm not seeing the number as the call is on.
Hello?
I'm not seeing the number as the call is on now. Can you please read it out?
Okay, I have orange number. Can I give that?
No, we're sending the money on your Lone Star now. So
meaning I have to text you my Lone Star. I don't know it.
Just read a number. Just read a number out that we can maybe contact you.
Wow. I will read the new number. I have new number.
Read any number we can use to call you.
0770.
Yeah.
41. 22. 06.
412206.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your participation tonight. And we will take remaining 4 calls. Yes, we left with 4 calls to take, and we'll be done. Hello, your name and where you call from? We lost that person. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, you're alive. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Samuel Nbengu calling you from Stephen Tobo Estate.
Okay, you ready for the question?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are required to complete this particular verse, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am the way, the truth, and the life.
No one comes to the Father except through me.
You want to give us the particular reference there, scripture reference?
No.
You can no lie.
No.
That extra file on you. No lie.
No lie.
St. John. You want to complete it? No lie at all? Okay, go ahead. 14:6. But give us your name quickly.
I'm Samuel N. Bengu. Samuel N. Bengu.
Samuel N. Bengu?
Yeah, N. Bengu. Bengu is the last name. Samuel N. Bengu.
Okay, your number, Samuel.
0880.
Yeah.
87826.
87826.
Yeah, 0880 87826.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Thanks a lot for your contribution tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
This is William Coleman. I'm calling from Brazil.
Roland Coleman, and you're calling from Brazil.
William
Coleman, calling from Brazil. Okay, so Coleman, are you there?
Yes.
Which book? What is the name of the 65th book of the Bible? Are you there?
The 65th book?
Yeah. The 65th book of the Bible.
55, right?
65.
You said 55?
No, 65. 65th book of the Bible.
Oh, the 66th book.
No lie?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We have to hold you there. Thank you, sir. I said the 65th book of the Bible. What's the name? No lie. Okay, thank you very much. We'll have to let you go and take another person here. We have just 3 more calls to take now. Hello? You want to walk away from your radio? Your name and where you calling from? No, it's terrible. It's terrible. Please.
Hello?
I'm sorry, we have to let you go. You know, when you have the headphone on, it creates a terrible feedback here. When you have the radio on, it creates a terrible feedback here. And it's just not good for me. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, but you told me say it was going to be from the flat day Sunday, but you gave me a question.
Yeah. I said this is what I said. I said The actual program was intended to be held on the Flag Day, at which time we were going to ask the questions about the Flag Day and all of that, which did not happen due to the pressing engagement and all of that. So
they showed our show, so you have to send another question because I'm still on monitor and I eat money. I break I want to eat something tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do this. Let's do this. What is the 60? What is the name of the 64th book of the Bible?
No, Revelation that is last book.
Okay. So let's do this. Revelation are the last book, right?
Yeah.
From Revelation, you coming back. Which one you can to?
No, he say I'm on name.
No, listen.
Okay, yeah.
The Bible guys is the 6th book, right?
Yeah.
The 65th, you say that the 66 that Revelation. So before going to Revelation, which one you can to? And then before getting to that one, But anyway, thank you. Chief.
All right, no problem. I was trying to. All right.
Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Okay, my name is Mary.
Mary, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing well. So you ready for your question?
Yes.
Okay. Now this is the question. This is the question. In the Old Testament, the people came together. They were building a tower. They say they want to reach to God. They were speaking one language and everything. What is the name of that tower?
No light.
Okay, let me put it this way. They were building that tower. They say they want to reach to God. They had one language and everything. God saw the unity according to the scripture. He came down and then he confused them. They started to speak different languages and the tower. What's the name of that tower?
No light. Please give me a different question.
I'm sorry. You have to call back. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Yeah. The online people, I don't know if your internet, as I reading the question, your Google already said, because as before the question lands, I see the answer all in the comment section. Anyway, let me not get the radio people going there to get all those kinds of spying question there. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Yeah, let's hear you.
And my name is Wilfred Sipovani, and I call from the Puebla.
Wilfred Sipovani from Pipeline.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Wilfred Sipovani. Okay,
yes.
Wilfred.
Yes.
You ready for your question, right? You ready for your question? Hello? Oh, Wilfred.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I get you.
Okay, great. So, he was sold, or let me put it this way. I was sold by my brothers into slavery.
Yeah.
I turned out to be a prime minister in Egypt. Who am I?
Joseph.
Oh. I mean, you're looking at something. I'm saying if I were you. You said what? Who am I? Hello? You left the line?
Hello, Ade.
You said who am I?
I
the internet. I think it's your network. But please give me your name. You're right, Joseph. That's the answer. Your name quickly. Hello? Are you here?
No, sir, network battle.
I'm in the network trying. Hello, you can you?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah,
I get
can
you.
hear you. Yeah. Give me
Yeah,
your
and my name is Michelle Moore.
Michelle Moore.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your MTN mobile money number?
081
081
41
41
52
52
84.
84. Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations. So we're taking the last two calls now, then we wrap up. Hello, your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, I'm Rebecca Momolu calling from Stephen Tower Estate.
Oh, my Rebecca, how you doing, Mama?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You went to church today?
Yes.
Okay. What you take away from the pastor preaching today?
Yeah, the pastor preached about the power of God is more than the tradition.
Okay. 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 So, you ready for the question?
Yes.
You ready for the question? So, which book of the Bible, what is the name of the last book of the Bible?
Revelation.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. Please say your name.
Rebecca K. Momolu is my name.
Okay. Please give us your mobile money number.
Yes, 0886.
Yeah.
22.
22.
49.
49.
61.
61. Thank you. 22 49 61. Thank you. So I'll take the last caller here. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello, I'm Maolo Jara.
Mr. Jara, how are you, sir?
Fine, thank God. Just very difficult to go through.
Yeah, that's because a lot of people are calling. That's why. But it's good to have you on. I'm glad you're on now. Finally. You want to attempt the question, right?
Sure.
What's the name of the 65th book of the Bible?
You said the name of what?
65th book of the Bible.
56th book of the Bible.
65.
Oh, 65.
Yeah.
It's Jew. You said 65, right?
Yeah.
It's Jew. The book of Jew.
Wow. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so
on
much.
that. Your last caller here. Please say your name. You say your name again?
Maolo Jara.
Maolo Jara. So give us a mobile money number.
086
Yeah.
577
577
805.
805. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot for participating.
Thank you.
So I want to ask just two questions for our online audience because we're about to go. So to all my online people, let me ask the first question. So scholars will get online here. I see once the question is read, the next thing you see is the answers. The answer starts to roll in the comment section. And so let me say this. I'm going to take the first answer that appears in the comment section. That's the first answer. The first answer that appears in the comment section is what I'm going to take. So it depends on how fast you can type, how much you know the answer, and how fast you can type the answer. I'm going to take the very first answer. So let me say this again. From where I sit, I see the comments rolling from across the different platforms we're streaming on. So, for example, we're now live on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, Super TV on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube, and that's Spoon Talk Live. So if you're whether you're commenting from any of, regardless of where you're commenting from, I'm going to see all the comments rolling across from where I sit. All right. So the first question, whether you're from YouTube, you're from Facebook, whichever platform you're following from, the first answer that appears is what I'm going to take. So let me go ahead with the first question for our online audience. You know, the people here are so scholars. So the first question, our online audience. What did God feed the children of Israel with when they were in the wilderness? What's the name of that food that God used to feed the children of Israel? Wow. I see the answers are already rolling in. So the first answer here is, let me go all the way up. Somebody say bread. Yeah, from YouTube. Misha Flomo says bread. Patriotic Liberian says manna. And Vafole says bread. But let me go all the way up. I want to see the first manna that appears here. That's what I'm going to take. Okay, so Zach Darame. Oh no, not Zach. Sorry, Zach. Sorry. It's like before, even before I enter the question. Before I landed the question, the answers are already coming. So let me take the first person here. Who's that first person? Koya. I hope you're the first person. Let me go all the way up. Okay, there isn't any answer here. So Koyan is the got the answer right. Koyan. Koiyan. Koyan, congratulations to you. Kindly type your mobile money number in there, and then we will have your stuff coming in. Congratulations to you. So let me go for the next question quickly. The next question. And the next question. So, and this one is very, very simple. Very simple question. I once prosecuted the Christians, but I came back to evangelize or to win people over. You know, I don't know how you do this, but Patriotic Liberian, thank you very much. Congratulations to you. He said Paul. Yeah. Let me see. I hope Patriotic Liberian is the first person. Oh no, he's not the first person. Wow. Patriotic Liberian is not the first person. I see the comments are so many. Okay, but I want to see who that first person is that commented, that provided this answer, and the list is so long. Okay, I take it from where you have mana, and then the first person is James Camo. Yes, James Camo. Thank you. Congratulations. You said Paul. Congratulations to you, James Camo. Yeah, we appreciate you a whole lot. And then, so we have two answers from the online. Let me see how many persons we have here. Okay, 2 answers from online. So we have a total of, okay. So let me give a bonus question now. The final question. Okay, so James Camo just dropped his number. Let me take this. Okay, let me take your number, James, and then we can get going from here. Okay, so Koya, I'm here to get your number. I hope you can drop it as well, because once I end the broadcast, it is going to be difficult for me to go through all the comments to get your number. Imagine going through 8,000 comments just to get your number. So Konya, if you're still watching, Konya, the first winner, kindly drop your mobile money number so I can have it included here. Okay, so Konya, thank you. I just got your mobile money number. Sorry. Okay, so let me do this. 555 99 2522. Okay. Okay, so Konya, thank you very much. I got your number. Ahmed Dixie. Look at Ahmed Dixie. You answer a question, you put your mobile money number. Okay, so guys, I want to say thank you. Okay, so I spoke of the bonus question, right? Okay, so what's the question? Let me check. Let me get a bonus question coming here for you. Let me get a bonus question coming here for you. Okay, so this is a bonus question. If you answer the question already, don't attempt this question. This is a bonus question. You will deny me 3 times. You will deny me 3 times. So before the question is done, I already got the answers. Moving on. Yes. So he says Peter, right? Yes, the answer is Peter. Let me take okay, so the first person is Senior Joko. This name is interesting. But please drop your mobile money number as fast as you can, because we have to close the show now. But I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Thanks for making your contribution on the program. Thanks for calling in. Thanks to all of you who followed from the very start of the show, the 101 with the CEO, and Abdullah Katamba. It's been a great edition of the program tonight. To our last winner, please drop your mobile money number now, just before I close the broadcast, because I need it to set my record right. Again, I want to say thank you. Thanks to all of our folks across Facebook, on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, those of you on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, we appreciate you. Let's hope we can have another great show next Sunday. Anytime in the course of the week, we will make up time to take more calls and afford you the time where you can answer some questions and be able to win some cash. Again, thanks a lot. My name is Nelson Collier. Okay, so I just got your number. Let me have it here now. Okay. So you are 555-44 2507. Yeah. So again, thanks to everyone for being here. Till we come your way, have a good night. I'm Nelson Collier. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. It's going to be another great edition of the program. You can make up time to be here. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
What is happening, Politicians want to make their decision just to